Free agency is here. Legal tampering begins. The Texans can start agreeing to deals with free agents that become free agents. Of course, already one deal in the books for the day. We'll have plenty to talk about as we're live here on YouTube with you to break down anything and everything that happens in free agency. Some news from yesterday affecting the Texans, some news from today affecting the Texans, moves that the team makes, moves that other teams the Texans are competing with make. We'll have it all for you here on the YouTube channel. Welcome to the channel. I'm Cody Stoots. Let's talk some Texans. Let's talk some free agency. It's here. All these deals will be official later in the week, but for all intents and purposes, free agency begins in a matter of moments. Appreciate everybody for jumping in here. Get live in the comment section. We'll talk about what you have to say throughout the course of the show, as well as breaking news that will pop up from time to time as we try to deal with the current Twitter outage, but there's still plenty to get to. Let's start with some of the news from today. The Texans already have one signing in the books as they agreed to a contract with defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins. Now, Rankins, if you'll remember, was on the Texans in 2023. He was a free agent addition that the Texans made on a one-year deal. It was for Rankins to improve his value heading into free agency. He was a pretty solid player for the Texans in 2023. They take care of him in 2023. He takes care of them. And then he hit free agency with a lot of interest. And the Texans got very close to signing Rankins last year. Aaron Wilson from KPRC reported they came up just a couple of $1 million short. Ultimately, Rankins went to Cincinnati last year with the Bengals. It was not a good season for Rankins in Cincinnati. He did not play very well. He dealt with a hamstring injury early. He dealt with a viral infection late that ended his season, and the Bengals moved on from the defensive tackle after just one season. They brought him back the Texans did, on a one-year deal worth up to $7 million. I know it says $7 million there, but it's worth up to $7 million. So Rankins has probably got some playtime incentives, maybe even some statistical incentives as well that he has to hit. So he is back, and that does not solve the defensive tackle situation, but it certainly adds to something that they definitely needed. They needed a defensive tackle that could start, and Rankins is that guy. They could now use a guy that's more of a run stuffer, and we'll talk about some of the options that the Texans have as run stuffing defensive tackles, and this doesn't keep them from adding one in free agency over the next few days. It doesn't keep them from adding one in a draft pick selection next year either. So we'll talk about the signings that the Texans make. Couple of other bits and pieces that involve the Texans. No DK Metcalf for the Houston Texans. He goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers in exchange for a second-round pick, and then Metcalf gets a brand-new 5-year, $100 million contract. Nope, that number's not right. It's 5 years, $150 million, because he got, there we go, $150 million, you got $30 million a year. It makes him one of the highest paid players at the position. DK Metcalf is not as good as the guys that are up there at the top of the wide receiver position. And argue however you'd like, he's not about $9 million better than Nico Collins if you think he's better. I don't believe he's better. I believe Nico Collins is better. I understand the Texans not wanting to massively overpay a guy that they don't believe is as good as their guy. I also understand not wanting to send a second-round selection for DK Metcalf. Not excited about DK Metcalf's situation, and he kind of looks like a fool in this whole process as well. The reports were out there that Metcalf wanted quarterback stability. He wanted to go to a warm weather city. He was hoping to play for a contender. And, well, he went from a 10-7 team to a 10-7 team. Now the Texans were 10-7, but they're in a weaker division. The Steelers are in a tougher division than the Seattle Seahawks. The Steelers don't have a quarterback. The Texans do have a quarterback. And the Steelers are not a warm weather city. The Texans are in a warm weather city. So DK Metcalf, and I know his agency said, oh, well, the most important thing was to go to a contender. Well, he went to a team that doesn't have a quarterback. So what contender was he trying to get to? Yeah, I think DK Metcalf was looking for the biggest payday, and that's okay. Look for the biggest payday, get the biggest payday, go for it, DK Metcalf. that's something that you're certainly entitled to do. And it's okay to say, I wanted the most money. The Steelers gave it to me. So fun situation for the Steelers to deal with DK Metcalf and George Pickens as their wide receivers and not having any quarterback to throw the ball to them. So Jesse F is a brand new member. Jesse, appreciate you for jumping in as a member. Appreciate everybody in here. Let's get through some of the news items of the day. And as news starts to pop up, we'll get to more of it. The Panthers paid J.C. Horn a new contract, their cornerback, 4 years, $100 million. That's the highest average annual value for a cornerback in the National Football League. It surpasses that of Jalen Ramsey, which checked in at $24.1 million. It also surpasses Pat Surtain, who is a much better player than J.C. Horn. It surpasses Pat Surtain, who checks in at $24 million a year. Why is this important? Why does this matter to the Houston Texans? Well, the price of doing business for Derek Stingley just went up with this addition. It was already at $25 million, but Derek Stingley can't take less than J.C. Horn. He's a much better player. He's actually a little bit more durable than Horn. Horn's had some injury issues. He's missed some time as well as Derek Stingley, but Stingley's a much better player than Horn. And Stingley and Sauce Gardner will both be trying to play a game of chicken with each other because whoever signs first is going to get surpassed by the other guy in contract negotiations. So I would think that Sauce or Stingley, whoever signs first, is probably looking at 25.5, 26 on average annual value. And then that next guy goes 26.5, 27 or so on average annual value. So the Texans will have to get that Stingley contract done sooner rather than later. There's other contracts at the cornerback position like Trent McDuffie that's coming up. McDuffie could surpass Horn. The longer you wait, the more the price goes up. But if you're Derek Stingley, you kind of want to wait because the price only goes up. So that's another news item and bit. Oh, Jesse with the super chat. My friend, thank you so much. Thanks, Cody, for all you do year-round, especially crazy time that is the offseason. Let's freaking go Texans. Jesse, man, thank you so much. Very generous of you. Certainly appreciate that. Really appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much, Jesse. Thank you for the kind words as well. Thank you for being a member as well. So thank you. Fantastic stuff from Jesse. As news breaks, as different deals become official, we will talk about it here on the channel. I'm watching Pro Football Talk to see if they'll update some things. Watching to see when and if Twitter comes back. Come on, plug some stuff in over there at headquarters, Elon. Let's go. Let's go. A couple of other news and notes. Right before Twitter exploded, Dre Greenlaw, the linebacker from the San Francisco 49ers, the Texans apparently have interest in him, according to Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle. This one is a unique one. Obviously, there's the relationship between D'Amico Ryans and Dre Greenlaw, having coached Greenlaw in San Francisco on the 49ers. Obviously, Azeez Al-Shire is familiar with Dre Greenlaw and what he brings to the table, having formerly been teammates with Dre Greenlaw. But Greenlaw is widely considered, especially with the contracts of players that have already been brought back. Dre Greenlaw is widely considered the best available linebacker at free agency. And I can't explain how much I don't feel like linebacker is a need for the Houston Texans. Now, if Greenlaw is signing a one-year prove it, build back the value deal, a la Sheldon Rankins a couple of years ago, then maybe I'd be interested. But Greenlaw, he should get a significant amount of interest and a bit of money being the top free agent at linebacker. Zach Bond went back to the Philadelphia Eagles. Nick Bolton went back to the Kansas City Chiefs. Bobby Wagner went back to the Washington Commanders. And Jamian Sherwood went back to the New York Jets. Levante David went back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So you look at the linebackers that are available, and Greenlaw is the top backer on the market now. So how does Dre Greenlaw end up in Houston if he's the top backer? I can't imagine the Texans would want to spend a tremendous amount of money at the linebacker spot. They already have a good amount of investment in there. Christian Harris was a third-round selection. He's going into the last year of his contract. Azeez Al-Shire was an expensive investment that they made last year. He makes over $10 million a year. Henry To'oTo'o, though his investment's not high, he played well last year at the linebacker spot. So I don't totally understand the Dre Greenlaw interest. But again, if he feels like the market's not speaking to him the right way, he wants to go to a comfortable situation. He wants to go to a situation where he plays a lot of football. The Houston Texans could certainly support Dre Greenlaw and give him an opportunity. But I feel like Greenlaw and the interest in him is going to be extreme from all these other teams as free agent options have dipped off the board. We'll talk about the big dominoes that need to fall along the offensive line as well. We'll try to keep you updated on anything that moves and breaks and shakes from the NFL today from the news world. Let's get to some of your comments, questions, joys, and concerns. Patrick brings up, hey, maybe Houston is doing Greenlaw a little bit of a favor, getting him involved in some negotiations already so that maybe he can then raise his profile. It's a pretty good approach there. Help out a guy that you like from back in the day. Let's see. Cody, what players do you suspect the Texans will lose to free agency? I would tell you that I don't feel like anybody has to be back. I would tell you the most expensive one, or the most notable one, is going to be Stefon Diggs. I do not believe the Texans will be bringing back Stefon Diggs or Robert Woods at wide receiver for that matter. With Diggs coming off of the knee injury, maybe missing offseason workouts when you're installing a new offense, that's not something that you want to have happen. So I would tell you that Diggs, that plus all the extra off the field stuff that's associated with them. I mean, he's entering legal battles. Who knows exactly what's going on from that standpoint. So it will be intriguing to see where Stefon Diggs ends up. And NBC Sports reported they expect there to be a very strong market for Stefon Diggs. So I can't imagine the Texans are going to get involved. Robert Woods probably headed to free agency, not coming back. Foley Fatukasi, Aaron Wilson reported he had a significant shoulder issue, and that's got to get healed up before you'd make an investment in Fatukasi, or you'd want to get Fatukasi back under the umbrella. And then you look around the rest of the free agents. I mean, if you lose Neville Hewitt, if you lose Derek Barnett, if you lose Eric Murray, you can find other guys to replace them. You can find other guys that do what they do. I would also tell you I'd be fine with all those players coming back. Neville Hewitt at linebacker, Derek Barnett as a defensive end backup, and then Chris Boyd as Eric Murray as a backup safety. I don't want Chris Boyd back. I misspoke there. Do not want Chris Boyd back. Go find another special teams ace. Mario Edwards, for the right price, you could bring him back, but see you later. Kendrick Green, I think he's moving on. And that's kind of all the notables there for the Texans. I can't imagine Jerry Hughes is back. I can't imagine Case Keenum is back. And Jeff Okudah. Jeff Okudah. No, thank you. No, thank you. So talk about the big free agent guard dominoes that need to fall here in just a moment. And let's see what Brandon had to say. Rankins makes me think they will draft a defensive tackle. They want someone who's willing to train the new guy. Well, it certainly helps out. And look, they rotate guys. They use 8-9 defensive linemen on a given week. And they've got, if they had to play a game tomorrow, they could fill it out at defensive tackle. You've got Rankins and Tim Settle that could start. You got Tommy Togiai and Kurt Heinisch that could back them up, but you could certainly add to that room, maybe another free agent, and then certainly a draft pick, because Settle's contract is done at the end of this year. Rankin's contract is done at the end of this year. I believe Heinisch is a 1-year deal, and I think Togiai's contract is up at the end of this year. So nothing on defensive tackle on the books past this year. So a rookie would certainly make a lot of sense, and it's a historically deep defensive tackle class when it comes to rookies. Famously, Daniel Jeremiah, the NFL Network's draft expert, saying last year he had, I think, 12 starters at defensive tackle. And ultimately, he has, I believe, 25 starters at defensive tackle in this year's free agency class. Patrick says, day 2 pick on the defensive tackle? Certainly. Panda wants Mario Edwards back. Certainly, for the right price, you could certainly bring back Mario Edwards. I wouldn't give him any sort of big money, but you can bring him back, put him in the rotation. All right, thank you. A kid named George. I'm seeing it as well. Chris Godwin headed back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 3 years, $66 million with a chance to make $24 million per year. He's going to get $44 million guaranteed at signing. So Chris Godwin back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That was the top free agent wide receiver after Devontae Adams became a member of the LA Rams. So now the top free agent wide receiver is off the board as Chris Godwin is headed back to Tampa. And my goodness, what a good job the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have done to kind of steward through a very weird time in franchise history. They keep Mike Evans. They keep Mike Evans happy. They keep Chris Godwin on that last contract. They keep him again. Baker Mayfield's been a solid player. They've drafted well along the offensive line. So the Buccaneers have done a really good job with team building over these past couple of years. They're hanging around in an awful division, obviously. But, hey, the NFC South, you can win it, make the playoffs, you do it. And the Buccaneers have done a good job of keeping their guys in-house and making sure that they stay competitive in that time as well. As Austin put it, thank God Godwin didn't go to the Jags. Yeah, Chris Godwin plus Brian Thomas Jr., that would have been, that would have been pretty nasty. That would have been pretty nasty for Jacksonville. And Trevor Lawrence would have loved to overthrow Chris Godwin. Tavis Stapleton. I met Tavis yesterday, unless there's another Tavis. I met Tavis yesterday when I was getting a sandwich. Great to see you in here in the chat, man. Talona Hufanga is someone that I would take a flyer on. Previous experience with D'Amico. Yes, Talona Hufanga was an all-pro under D'Amico Ryans, played safety for the San Francisco 49ers. And Hufanga is, again, top of the market, one of the free agents that should garner a lot of interest. He's only 26 years old. This is his first crack at free agency. And he's a very good player, and D'Amico Ryans could plop him right there next to Kalen Balak, and they'd be on their way at safety. Now, that'd probably mean the end of Jimmy Ward, which most of us, I'm sure, would be fine with. Hufanga, though, coming off of the injury, I guess the prove-it deal is in consideration. But again, one of the top safeties on the market, depending on where you look, the second or third best safety, according to a lot of people. Hufanga should have a pretty strong market, which might take the Texans out of that market. A couple of super chats we'll get to. Super chats, of course, cut to the front of the line. And if you donate memberships, you cut to the front of the line as well. Marky Mark, you owe me an email, Marky Mark, so I can get you signed up for Houston football. Cody, any chances we get a Detective Stoots skit to investigate if free agents are fits or frauds? It goes with the stash. Well, let me see if I can find myself a like an overcoat, or maybe like a little fake badge, and I'll get a tie. I can work on this. We'll write this down as an idea here. So you want Detective Stoots? Okay, I like that. I'll work on that. Instead of grading them, maybe we'll do fit or fraud. I like that, Mark. That's good. Marky Mark coming up with the ideas. Jesse F. with a super chat. What do you think about a guy like Tate Ratledge, the guard out of Georgia, or Jonah Savanaia, the guard out of Arizona in the third? Not sure. Either may still be there. I like Ratledge more than Savanaia. Savanaia has played more tackle than guard. Ratledge played guard at Georgia, national championship guard, captain at guard. I like both those guys. They're two of my favorite players in the upcoming draft. And if you don't add a big-time free agent via guard, then I would like for the Texans to spend a day 2 pick on a guard. And, perhaps a day 1 selection if they like, say, Tyler Booker out of Alabama or Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State University. So certainly a guard that certainly guard edition for the Texans. Speaking of guards, let's talk about the big dominoes at offensive line. These are the big names to watch along the offensive line. I don't like 2 of these guys, and I do like 2 of these guys. So the big dominoes to fall on the offensive line. And as we see names pop up and as we see guys slink off the board here, it will be intriguing to see exactly what happens with the offensive line market, which is expected to be a pretty expensive foray for any of these teams that go out there and go shopping for an offensive lineman. So Will Fries, the Colts right guard, he's going to be the most expensive guy in free agency, it feels like, at the guard position. Fries is coming off a broken leg last year. He was really good in 5 games for the Colts, but then again, he broke his leg. After the broken leg, the Colts weren't as good on the offensive line, but that 5-game set was the only time Fries looked like a really good player in his NFL career. The previous 3 years, he'd worked his way into a starting job and was just okay. So if you're going Will Fries, you're betting on potential. You're betting on the 5-game sample size being what you're going to get going forward. And he should set the tone for free agent guards. Now, one of the free agent guards popped off the market right before, and he stayed with a extension. Evan Brown stuck around with Arizona. That was a guy that I would have thought about if I was the Texans, and he made it to free agency. He ultimately didn't, so he stayed with Arizona. So Fries, he's the top guy on the market. The guy with the most success on the market is Lions right guard Kevin Zeitler. Zeitler's an old guy. Zeitler's going to be 36 this season, I believe. I believe Zeitler's going to be 36 this year. So let's see. He's 35. He'll turn 36, I believe, at the end of this month or next month. So he'll be 36 years old. He was really good with the Lions last year. He was good a couple of years ago with the Baltimore Ravens, and longtime guy, experienced guy. Because he was so good last year on a 1-year deal, I do wonder if his price is significantly higher. He signed for $6 million last year to play right guard for the Lions. So I can't imagine he's signing for $6 million again in this setup. So Zeitler is a guy that I'm keeping my eye on. Excited to see what the market looks like for him. I got to imagine it's higher than the $6 million he made last year. And there might even be a conversation about making it a 2-year deal, like a fake 2-year deal, where he kind of gets all his money in the first year and then he and the team can make a decision at the end of the year. Zeitler's a big one because he is really good. He's also really old. Bears guard Tevin Jenkins, don't like him. Part of a awful Bears situation, but he is 27 years old. He's had some okay results in Chicago, but the Bears didn't even have any interest in bringing him back. So they just totally quit on him and got rid of him. That's not something that gets me really excited about him. He might be a little cheaper than some of the other guys, but you're getting a drop down in production and ability as well. Though, if he signs a nice enough deal, maybe you want to kick the tires and hope that Cole Popovich, the new offensive line coach, and Nick Caley, the new offensive coordinator, figure out how to use Tevin Jenkins. And then there's Mekhi Becton. Now, Mekhi Becton has been awful till this past season when he was the 5th best offensive lineman on the Philadelphia Eagles. He might have even been the 6th best offensive lineman because their backup guy had to come in and play guard a couple of different times. So Mekhi Becton was the 5th best offensive lineman on the Eagles. Now, he should go try to cash in. He should try to go cash in, get every dollar he's worth. I have no interest in Mekhi Becton. Mekhi Becton played between a really good center and one of the best right tackles in all of football last year. He was propped up by one of the best offensive line coaches in football and one of the best offensive lines in football. Mekhi Becton, you cannot copy and paste what he was able to do for the Philadelphia Eagles with the Houston Texans. I have no interest in Mekhi Becton, but he's going to be expensive and teams will have interest because he was a part of that Super Bowl offensive line. So it is certainly an intriguing domino to fall here in the free agency landscape. So those are the big dominoes to fall at the offensive line that we've got to watch. All right, a couple of super chats to get to. Ragnar weighs in. Do you see them looking to replace Mills as quarterback 2 at all? No, I don't, because Davis Mills got that contract extension in the middle of the year last year. And he's their number 2. He's their backup quarterback. He's their guy. They're confident in him. They trust him. And so Davis Mills, at least for this season, is the quarterback 2 for the Houston Texans. So I don't expect Davis Mills to be moved on from. Thank you for the super chat, Ragnar. Now, is it Ragnason? Is it Ragnar Ragnason? Yeah, it's got to be. Douglas Ferguson's got a super chat. He wants to know which, if any, defensive lineman would you like in free agency? Well, Sheldon Rankin's his addition certainly changes the interior defender conversation a little bit, because I would have not shopped at the top of the market, but I'd have been pretty interested in a name or two. But Rankins sort of lowers my interest level from sort of the middle of the pack to maybe a bargain deal in this free agency class. So Jaron Reed actually re-signed with the Seattle Seahawks. I would have been very interested in Jaron Reed if I was the Texans. Would have been very intrigued to see if Reed was interested in changing teams. He ultimately stuck around with the Seattle Seahawks on a nice, pretty contract. So dropping it down a level from Reed, Poona Ford is an intriguing name. He was on the Los Angeles Chargers this past season. And okay, so we got a big domino to fall. I'll talk about it here in just a second. He was on the Chargers this past season. And Ford's a nice player. Undersized, probably not prototype for D'Amico Ryans, but he's a good player. The player I really have my eye on for defensive tackle is Sebastian Joseph Day from the Tennessee Titans, run stuffer. Just plop him there next to Sheldon Rankins, and then he kind of takes over the Foley Fatukasi role as well. So let's see. Yep, Drew Dahlman to the Bears is the news. And Cap says he expects Dahlman to get a little bit more. I haven't seen the numbers on Dahlman, but he's headed to the Chicago Bears. So the Bears have retooled their interior offensive line. What a novel concept. They went out there and signed a center and traded for two guards. So they went out there and traded for Jonah Jackson from the Los Angeles Rams. They went out there and traded for Joe Thuney from the Kansas City Chiefs. That's your right guard and your left guard. And then Drew Dahlman, the center from the Atlanta Falcons, he's making the move, and Dahlman checks in at $14 million per year. And that is an impressive makeover for the interior offensive line of the Chicago Bears. That's a really good job by the Bears. Now, their tackle situation is tenuous. I don't love their tackles, Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright. They're okay, but five guys being pretty good is better than one left tackle being awesome and four guys being not pretty good. So there is that. Let's see here. Okay, so we got Braxton Berrios to the Houston Texans. Okay, who had that first? I want to give proper credit to whoever had it first. Now, here's what I know about Braxton Berrios. He plays special teams. So as a guy that is your fifth or your sixth wide receiver, he's got an ability to play special teams for you. He could probably play on all four levels of special teams, but he also has some return experience as well. He did kick and punt returns over the course of his career. He did a handful of them for Miami when he was healthy this past year, a little bit more in 2023. He also did kick returns as well. So Braxton Berrios, there's your number 5. There's your number 6 wide receiver, and Berrios can help you on special teams. That's something that John Mechie couldn't help you with. He did not help you on special teams. Xavier Hutchinson can't return the ball on special teams. So Braxton Berrios to the Houston Texans. We're seeing 1 year, $2 million. Let's go ahead and add him to the list here. Let's see. Braxton, and his girlfriend's famous. Isn't she? She's the TikTok model. So we're going to put wide receiver / return, Braxton Berrios, and that's going to be at 1 year, $2 million. What a nice little investment for a 6'7" 5'6" wide receiver. I say 7. I'm not keeping 7 wide receivers, but there you go. Again, please tell me who had that first or who you saw have it first, because I'd like to give proper credit to whoever had it first. So Travis says Matt on Berrios. My guy, what are you expecting? He's the fifth, sixth wide receiver on this team. So is Twitter up for some people and down for others? It's a question that I have. All right, so no giant dominoes have fallen just yet. Braxton Berrios is a nice signing. He's there to push the back of the roster. Those guys beat him out. Boom, you cut Braxton Berrios. All right, so some people are saying Twitter's back up. It is not up for me. But appreciate everybody keeping me abreast of the situation if it is indeed up for you. So the Chiefs added Jalen Moore as their new left tackle. Hassan Reddick to the Buccaneers. We talked, or somebody put that in the chat earlier. I like this. This is a good angle. It's always a good angle. Berrios, 74 overall in Madden. Yeah, see, Fred knows. Alex Earl. She's TikTok famous, right? That's where she got famous. Right? Is TikTok? Does she like, Miami ain't, Houston ain't Miami, but maybe she likes Galveston. You can have just as much fun in Galveston as you can in Miami. All right, so Schefter had it first. All right, there we go. There we go. Berrios is jacked. He's not a small fella. He is not a small fella, like muscle-wise, but, he's a smaller fella. But yeah, there's no, he's not a star in the NFL, okay? But it's not surprising that he's got a hot girlfriend, okay? It's not surprising that he's got a hot girlfriend. Yeah, Charles Barkley doesn't like Galveston. I hope Alex Earl does, though. Hope Alex Earl likes Galveston. Sean Castillo asking a question. Berrios, Christian Kirk, smaller guys that can get open and in space. These guys Nick Caley likes and has a say. Look, you're going to add guys that Nick Caley wants to add, obviously. You're going to help out the offensive coordinator as he builds out that new offense, certainly. And that's going to be a key and a positive element to team building. Again, Braxton Berrios, not guaranteed to be on this team, but certainly you can see a role for him. He's a backup slot guy. He's a returner on both punts and kicks right away. John Mechie can't do that. Xavier Hutchinson can't do that. So right away, walking into camp, Braxton Berrios has a huge leg up on John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. A huge leg up. Craig. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, somebody asking for some Berrios return stats. Let's see here. Yeah, averaged 14.7 yards a punt return, 25.3 yards a kick return last year. He was an all-pro as a return man in 2021 for the Jets. So Berrios in the fold for the Texans to go along with Sheldon Rankins. Is Berrios a Mechie replacement or a Woods replacement? I would tell you he's more of a Mechie Hutchinson replacement. You don't want to put Berrios out there a ton. He's not going to be like a wide receiver that you constantly target or you rely on to a large degree. He gets out there because other guys need a breather or need to take a break. So he's not quite the number 4 for this team because, again, he has more slot versatility than outside versatility. But he's kind of the 5. I would squarely put Braxton Berrios in the 5 spot, and I'd call him sort of the gatekeeper for this wide receiver room because if you're better than Braxton Berrios, you're going to make the team. If you're worse than Braxton Berrios, you're probably not going to make the team. And he should take over. He should take over return duties as well. Let me get some Braxton Berrios snaps by position. Okay, so he's played outside and inside a little bit. Let's check out 2023 where he actually played some games. Okay, so he's got outside-inside versatility. He primarily played inside for the Dolphins in 2023. He's got outside-inside versatility, so there's that. Woods filled more of the special teams role. Yeah, I think he filled the special teams role out of necessity because you didn't have other guys that could do that because John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson weren't return guys. Like they didn't have the ability to do returns. Yeah, Sam says, bring in Lockett as your Woods replacement, can return punts for you. Yeah, he hadn't done returns in a few years. Again, I think Braxton Berrios is the guy here that's going to be the return guy now if he makes the team. My buddy Andrew just texted me, he goes, damn, we just signed Alex Earl. Yes, the wives and girlfriends section just got a huge boost in free agency. A huge boost. Watching all these huge free agent signings, and then there's the Texans with their Groupon signings. Fantasy life. What would you wanted $22 million on Chris Godwin? I mean, he wasn't leaving the Buccaneers. You wanted $30 million on DK Metcalf? That's too much. Come on. You know, I mean, they spent $80 million on a starting defensive end and a starting linebacker last year. They weren't going to have giant top of the market type stuff available to them in 2025 here. Okay, BJ Hill, one of the defensive tackles on the market, according to Adam Schefter, is headed to the Cincinnati Bengals. He's going to get a 3-year, $33 million deal. So Schefter has the Bengals signing BJ Hill. I'm going to turn on ESPN because I feel like they may be throwing Schefter stuff up there more than NFL Network may be throwing up their guys. Let's see here. You think this is the end for Mechie, especially if they draft a wide receiver in the draft? I mean, yeah, they've got to have guys push John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, practice squad guys. Like they've got to have guys to push guys on the back end of the roster. It's just I guess they kept McAfee on the air, but they put the free agency special on ESPN too. That's a choice. You got to have guys push John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. And if they beat out Braxton Berrios, they beat out whoever you bring out, so be it. They're on the team. If not, okay. Rafe Foreman calling his shot for the draft. We're getting Tyler Booker, the guard out of Alabama, and defensive tackle Alfred Collins out of Texas. Book it. If you could bet on that exact thing happening, wouldn't be bad. We never spend money for real, which is sad. I mean, they spent $100 million on 3 players last year. They spent $30 million on Aziz. They spent $50 million on Daniil Hunter. They spent $20 million on Danico Autry. And then they re-signed Dalton Schultz. Bad deal. They spent, but bad deal. Kept him from getting free agency. Probably could have let him go. But they spent money last year. There's money to be spent. There's deals to be had here. Rankins is a nice addition. Familiar with the team. He's not amazing. The star power was going to be low on this NFL free agency. You're going to have to get some Mario Edwardses, some Foley Fadakasis. Still haven't seen the landing spot yet for Will Fries. Nobody's put Fries in the bag yet. Oh, here we go. I think the Twitter machine's back up to working. Oh my goodness. Ian Rappaport is reporting that Javon Kinlaw got a 3-year deal worth $45 million and $30 million guaranteed. Good gravy. That is a lot of money for a player that was Wow. Good for Javon Kinlaw. Okay, the Twitter machine is back up and running, which is good. I say that, and some of the pages won't load, but I digress. All right, let's get the Twitter machine here. All right, so Javon Kinlaw to the commies. I don't know that he was worth that. Yikes. Price of doing business sometimes. Price of doing business sometimes. I'm not excited yet. No, nor should you be, Black Soul. Sheldon Rankins and Braxton Berrios, if that knocks your socks off, then you had low expectations. Wags Netflix Houston edition coming soon. Yeah, probably not. All right, we're gonna go ahead and put him in timeout. Shop where you can afford to shop. Pay attention to cap newbies. Yeah, I mean, look, you can kick the cap around for a couple of years and kick it down the road and stuff like that. But nothing. No deal has been signed with a player where I'm like, damn, the Texans absolutely, no question, should have made that deal. Maybe the Godwin conversation, but he replicates a lot of what Christian Kirk does. And Godwin, it seems, wasn't leaving Tampa Bay. Everybody's tripping over cap space that we don't have. Yeah, exactly. Backstreet M. Reen says, who gets traded, Titus or Tunsil? Let me tell you, it ain't easy to replace a left tackle right now. And there's not a draft pick that would replace Laremy Tunsil. So it's not Laremy Tunsil. Now, is Titus getting traded? I would think if maybe some of these teams lose out on a tackle, they find themselves interested in Titus Howard if the Texans are selling. But I don't expect either of these guys to get traded. Patrick says, Astros built through value and then did the flashy signings with Jose Abreu. Why do you have to go and bring that up? Is Dalton Schultz Jose Abreu? I would like Diami Brown as our boundary receiver opposite Collins. I think he sucks, but I'm probably in the minority on that. I just do not believe he is a very good football player or worth the buzz and reported contract interest that he's getting, but stranger things have happened. How could Rankins and Devontae Adams be signed before free agency? Because they were released from their teams, their contracts did not expire. So because Rankins was released, because Devontae Adams was released, they were able to sign right away. Bet you got any trade value? No. Correct. We need depth pieces more than anything. Sure. Look Before You Leap is still in on Emeka Egbuka, the Ohio State wide receiver at 25. Yeah, the Texans already have some pretty flashy guys. I want us to be a spin on some experienced O-line guys. Yeah, it'd be nice to get one of these experienced O-linemen. Certainly. It would be interesting to see where the Texans are shopping from an offensive lineman standpoint. 1 to 2 guards, and I'm happy. Kid named George just wants a couple of bodies. There is certainly there's the sniper rifle approach to the guard position where you get one guy, you dial in on him, you get the precision selection of the guy. And then there's the shotgun approach where you just add a bunch of bodies and you hope the situation turns into a situation that's manageable. So sniper rifle would be Kevin Zeitler, Will Fries, Scattershot would just be a variety of different names just to come in there. And it's also worth noting keeping guys or adding guys to the equation, adding guys to the roster that can compete with Titus Howard and push him at left guard. So ESPN is saying that Cooper Kupp is a free agent. Did he get released? ESPN has him on their free agent list for wide receivers. Did that? My last look, he was still on the Rams. Caserio operates like we're a poverty franchise. That's just not true, Justin. Any insight on a Jacoby Myers deal with Las Vegas? I have to imagine they'd like to keep Jacoby Myers if possible. And, I mean, if they were moving him, I'd be interested. But I got to think they're probably trying to keep Jacoby Myers there in Las Vegas. Yeah, you want poverty. Go look at a couple of years ago. I think this was for Javon Kinlaw. DeRhino's trying to go get you some of that free agency money, DeRhino. Elijah Mitchell to the Chiefs, running back, former San Francisco 49ers running back. He's headed to the Chiefs. Remy, I'm waiting on the Derek Stingley contract extension. If I was advising Derek Stingley, I'd tell him to wait as long as possible. Even if it takes till training camp, I'd tell him to wait. I would just wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. Because if Sauce Gardner signs, I know I can ask for more money than Sauce Gardner, or at the very least, right at Sauce Gardner's number. I don't want to sign and then have Sauce Gardner jump on top of me. Ragnar wants Sting extended. Will we ever take a contract risk, aka 3 to 4 year deals instead of 1 to 2? I do believe long-term extensions are coming for players. Obviously, Sting's gonna get a long-term deal, and then eventually Will Anderson and CJ Stroud. As far as free agents, once they have a lot of those pillars in place and have those guys paid, you can start adding years onto free agency deals, I would think. I love Nick not overpaying average players in free agency. Wouldn't mind it. Justin Simmons, who did not have a good year for the Falcons last year. Maybe the Texans signed Justin Simmons to help replace Jimmy Ward. All right, so one of the linebackers who was available goes off the market, according to Ian Rappaport. He says the Patriots are signing Robert Spillane. So the Dre Greenlaw rumors continue. They persist. Yeah, y'all are talking about big money. That's the market. Y'all go get y'all one. Depth. Yeah. That boy Booby wants to sign Dre Greenlaw. I just feel like Greenlaw is going to be more expensive than what the Texans can afford, and they don't really, I wouldn't say they need a linebacker. The tackle play was okay. Who'd you put in timeout? Yeah, some guy that was putting fake deals in the chat. We don't need that. No news in the division so far. Yeah, no big moves from a division standpoint yet. Elijah Mitchell, BJ Hill, Javon Kinlaw. Okay, so Barrios coming off of an ACL injury. Will be intriguing to see what he can do coming off of that type of injury. Obviously not a offensive factor because, well, he just hasn't been throwing the ball a lot. He's primarily been a return guy. And coming off an ACL, you'd think would miss some of the offseason program. What's the recap so far? So Sheldon Rankins is signed early this morning for the Texans. Braxton Berrios, 1 year, $2 million for him. And let's go through some of the big names, big contracts that have come off the board. So Chris Godwin stuck around with the Buccaneers, $22 million per year, 3-year deal for him. Hassan Reddick went to the Buccaneers from a pass rush perspective. The Chiefs added Jalen Moore, a tackle. He filled in for the injured Trent Williams on the 49ers. But the Chiefs have their new left tackle and Jalen Moore, and paid him quite a bit of money to do it. Drew Dahlman, the Atlanta Falcons center, left Atlanta. He went to Chicago. So Chicago has done 3 new interior offensive linemen this offseason. Jonah Jackson at right guard, traded for him from the Rams. Joe Thuney's traded from him from the left guard from the Chiefs. And then they signed Drew Dahlman in free agency. Javon Kinlaw got paid 3 years, $45 million for him. BJ Hill got $11 million a year to go to Cincinnati over 3 seasons. $16 million guaranteed for BJ. Rhonda says Mixon needs help. I would not be opposed to a veteran. I would not be opposed to a veteran running back behind Mechie. Albert wants the Texans to sign Will Fries, the almost said Baltimore Colts, the Indianapolis Colts offensive lineman who is a free agent. Twitter re-exploded. Yes, it did. Is our O-line switching scheme? I would think there's going to be a little bit more power stuff associated with the Texans, a little bit less zone stuff. Okay, we have a signing in the AFC South. Jordan Lewis is going to sign with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He'll become the highest paid nickel cornerback in all of football. Ian Rappaport is reporting that. So Jordan Lewis, who was one of the free agents at cornerback, he's leaving the Cowboys. He's headed to Jacksonville, and he is going to be one of the highest paid nickel cornerbacks in all of football with that move. So Ian Rappaport with the Jordan Lewis news. Mitchell to the Chiefs is sneaky. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad. Elijah Mitchell, maybe a rookie, and Isaiah Pacheco. It's a solid running back room. With all these overpays, Mechie get traded for a second-round pick. I'll shave my head if Mechie gets traded for a second-round pick. Should we trade for Michael Mayer, the tight end from the Raiders? I mean, yeah, if he's available, then trade for him. He'd be an intriguing player. He's a guy that you could put you could play in for him to be around for a couple of years. He's a little bit of a do-it-all guy. Was widely thought of, was a baby Gronk before there was baby Gronk. So Rams are bringing back Jimmy Garoppolo per Mike Garafolo. So Jimmy G back to the Rams. He's their backup. BG, the way you guys speak of wanting this team to spend their money speak a lot to what your actual personal finances look like. That's not true, BG. It's way easier to spend somebody else's money than to spend your own money. Way easier to spend other people's money. I love the 1 to 2 year deals on vets never married to an overpriced vet. Yeah, if there's a guy worth getting married to, I feel like the Texans would be willing to do it. They're not opposed to it. I just don't know if there's been a guy like – I didn't want the DK Metcalf situation. Thrillbin spoke. I want that Georgia guard, Tate Ratledge, I think is his name. Yeah, it is his name. Oh, I love Tate Ratledge. He's my first draft crush. He's got a mustache, looks just like mine, but he's got a mullet. I'm contemplating a mullet deal for if the Texans draft Ratledge, I'll grow a mullet. He's got a mullet. If they draft Ratledge, I'll think about growing a mullet. I'll think about making that agreement. That's just out there in the ether, by the way. You know how terrible I would look with a mullet? Although I do have excellent hair. So maybe it would look glorious back there. It's very curly, but, get it, short on the sides, let the back keep going. God, that would be annoying in the summer. Yeah, the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers rumors continue to persist. That's kind of a weird fit, but is he better than Russell Wilson right now? I guess he is. I guess he's better than Russell Wilson. Boy, Jimmy G got $11 million to be a backup? That's a great job by him. Great job by his agent, too. Mike's Book Reviews, who does a great job reviewing books here on YouTube. You should check him out. I'm like Greenlaw, but I'm still laser focused on offensive line, offensive line, offensive line. Yeah, we haven't seen one of the big offensive line dominoes fall yet. For a reminder, for the folks that are wondering, what are the big guard dominoes? Will Fries, Kevin Zeitler, Tevin Jenkins, and Mekhi Becton are the big dominoes. None of those guys have fallen just yet. Also, Mike, have you read Red Rising? I just read the first book. It's very good. It seems I'm a few minutes behind. Caserio's MO is to bargain shop later in free agency. Yeah. Yeah, he is. That is his MO. Okay, so ESPN adjusted it. So they fixed it. They had Cooper Kupp on the free agent list, but he's not a free agent yet, is my understanding. So they adjusted that. His comments about Zach Bond, about how the Eagles turned a bargain into an all-pro player, I mean, that just tells you kind of the type of deal he prefers to sign and look for. HB Dabfella says, we need another linebacker. For some reason, Harris and Aziz will not get on the field together. If Harris is healthy, you don't need another linebacker. I'm fine with signing Dre Greenlaw. I just feel like the market's going to be huge. Are we extending JP this year or next? Jarrett Patterson? I got to assume that's the JP. We can worry about a Jarrett Patterson extension if he's actually the starter at center. Is Gus Edwards available? Yes, he is a free agent. He was a free agent as of a couple of days ago. I'd have interest in Gus Edwards. Just a bruiser. You just plop there behind Joe Mixon. Twitter, Instagram. So Schefter does a lot of Instagram stuff. So I've seen some of that pop up across the timeline. Oh, Schefter's got like his own. Oh, his link in Instagram was to look at the TV. So stuff's popped up on the TV. Twitter's on and off. Sometimes you're seeing stuff. Sometimes you're not. Who the F is Berrios? So if you're just tuning in, the Texans have made 2 deals. Braxton Berrios is a wide receiver, kick returner, punt returner from the Miami Dolphins. He's probably most known for the fact that his girlfriend is famous for being on TikTok. Her name is Alex Earl. He's also second most known for being an All-Pro in 2021 as a returner. He's coming off an ACL injury they suffered, I think, week 6 last year for the Dolphins. So TBD on when he's available, maybe misses some of the offseason activities. But he's a guy that if he's available in training camp, he gives you kick return and punt return versatility that John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson do not give you. So there's your Braxton Berrios catch up. Mayer was awesome at Notre Dame. Cody, do you think they trade Kenyon Green for a draft pick this year? What pick do you like to get for Green? If you can get a draft pick for Kenyon Green, be my guest. I'll take a 6th for him. I'll take a 7th for him. He just needs a fresh start. He needs to go somewhere else. He needs something else. So fresh start for him is probably the way to go. So that'd be my thought there, is just a fresh start for Kenyon Green. Now, my idea is you take Kenyon Green and you find another team's Kenyon Green-like player, a player who they drafted higher, has disappointed for them, hadn't quite worked, and then you swap them. A different position, preferably, but you swap them. So Robert Spillane to the New England Patriots. Mike Vrabel gets him a linebacker. He was 66 on PFT's top 100 free agents. Give me Zeitler or Fries and I'll be happy. What's with Kenyon Green? Kenyon Green's still on the roster. He's one of the only guards actually on the roster. He's one of the only guards actually on the roster. Now, I don't believe he's going to stay on the roster. I got to imagine that experience is over. Is Ratledge left guard or right guard? Right guard. Feels more bold to have a mullet than a stash. But it's really bold to have both. Like me and my buddy Ratledge. I don't think Rodgers and Tomlin would get along. Yeah, I bet you they want him at off-season activities. Cody with a mullet, you get paid by some team. Yeah, if I had the flow, I might could steal some of this free agent money. If I could get the flow. All right, so Arthur Tafunga and Cap saying almost to Denver. So Tafunga was a guy we talked about a few minutes ago. He is a safety that played for the 49ers. Talona Hafunga, he was an all-pro when D'Amico Ryans was there, coaching defense, and looks like he's headed to the Broncos. Man, Hafunga's a nice player. Going to be expensive, though. I'd be interested to see what the money is for that. So when that comes down, somebody please let me know from a money perspective. Fantasy life. Hey, Nick, I'm able to play O-line on a 3-year, $3,000 deal. Can't be any worse than the last season's clowns you have protecting Stroud. Now, I don't know what you look like, fantasy life, but you need to be a big fella there. Okay, so Mike has read Red Rising. I got to go back and check out some of the stuff you've put up there, Mike. Appreciate you. A kid named George Petrie shouldn't be a priority. If they're not close, then he should be gone whenever his contract is up. I mean, it'd be nice to have Petrie, and have that interior corner slot locked up. But I wouldn't prioritize it. Cody be a pink in Red Rising. That's not true. I'd be a low gold, obviously. Okay, so what do we again? A lot of people saw. Oh, JP, Jalen. That's what the JP was. Jalen Petrie. Yeah, okay, Petrie's fine. I wouldn't. It's again not a priority. I'd extend him if I could. Jared Patterson. I don't know why I thought JP was Jared Patterson. Let's see. We aren't done at DT, I would assume. Yeah, I would think not. I would think probably not done at defensive tackle. Hafunga stays hurt a lot. Yeah, but he was healthy. He was freaking awesome. He probably got a deal, though. Probably got a big deal. Is Blake Fisher a starter this year? I would think so. Now, if Titus Howard played right tackle, I would not be in love with that because then what are you doing with Blake Fisher? I would think they're operating as Howard's going to be a guard option and Fisher's going to be their right tackle. Be nice to get Harrison Smith to start with Bullock. I mean, Harrison Smith is ancient, and I got to imagine if he plays football this year, he's going to play it for the Minnesota Vikings. Braxton Berrios is not wide receiver 3. He's wide receiver 5 or 6. Javon Holland from Miami, too expensive. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's going to get probably $15 million a year. So I would expect that's way out. I mean, Hafunga wasn't even the top. Holland's the top safety available. Hafunga wasn't even the top safety available in most people's eyes. Broncos are trying to close in on a deal with Talona Hafunga. That's from Fowler. ACL during the 2023 season, played in 7 games last year. So I guess there's a chance he could sneak in there. It's not been deal. Thoughts on James Daniels from the Steelers at right guard? Daniels got hurt last year. And I remember reading about the injury. Yeah, he suffered a torn Achilles in week 4 last year, so I'm out on Daniels. Like you need a guy that's available and not coming off of a serious injury like that. So I'm out on the Achilles tear. Who we grabbing at tight end? I don't know if there's a free agent that I'd be like pumped that they signed. If you added a run blocker, sure. Like if there was a run blocking, if there was a run blocking tight end that you just wanted to add into the equation, I would add to the tight end room via the draft. What are your thoughts on Rankins being back? I mean, worthwhile signing. I mean, didn't spend a lot of money. It's up to $7 million for him. He knows the system. D'Amico Ryans trusts him. And if you have young guys, he can teach the young guys. So Rankins is a nice addition. He's not amazing. He wasn't good last year in Cincinnati, dealing with injuries. He's a fine addition. Paulson Adebo to the Giants. I saw a couple people say that. Okay. Let's kind of keep refreshing here as we start to try to see what's going on here. Couldn't there be some sort of big political thing where Twitter couldn't be down so that they would make sure Twitter was up? What's going on here? Dan Moore got over. What did Dan Moore get? Okay, Milton Williams, one of the stars of the Super Bowl for the Eagles, he is finalizing a deal with the Panthers, according to Adam Schefter. Okay. What happened with Dan Moore? Somebody fill me in here. I am not seeing a Dan Moore update. Whoa! If that's real, that is awful. If that is real, that is awful. By the oh my God. Dan Moore has played tackle for the Steelers. He played tackle for the Steelers in 2023 and left tackle for the Steelers in 2024. And if he got that contract, that is gross. That is gross. All right, so we're getting some. All right, so we got to put a pin in the Dan Moore thing. Maybe we'll come back to that. Barnett back to the Texans, just signed that from. Ian Rappaport tweeted that, so good stuff from him. Rappaport, 1 year, $5 million. So there's your depth defensive end. So your depth defensive end pops up with Derek Barnett. So your defensive end situation is Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, and then it's Danico Autry and Derek Barnett. Dylan Horton is in the conversation as well. Late investment in an end in the draft is probably not a bad idea. Austin, thank you for the super chat on that one. Greatly appreciated. Are there two Austin Savages? I missed this one earlier, other Austin Savage. Bears giving Williams a good O-line. Yeah, they went out there and fixed that O-line for him. Went out there and did a good job. Barnett scored more touchdowns than John Mechie and Robert Woods combined last year. Fun fact. Or the same amount, maybe. All right, so let's add that to the equation. I always forget how to spell his name if it's Drek. Yeah, it is. All right, so let's add that. Derek Barnett. Defensive end, Derek Barnett. That is a 1 year, $5 million. All right, so Sheldon Rankins, Braxton Berrios, Derek Barnett. Pretty quiet so far. Dan Moore making $20.5 million for Tennessee is freaking crazy. Teach your kids to be giant human beings that can play left tackle, folks. Good Lord. What a disgusting waste of money. I say waste. I mean, they obviously need to fix the Titans have drafted 2 first-round offensive linemen in previous years. So I guess they're going to move J.C. Latham to right tackle. Boy, they stink. God, they're bad. And that's why they suck. Yeah. Yeah. Dahlman's gone. He's to the Bears. That's the Atlanta Falcons center he signed. Will Fry's still out there. Fries have not put in the bag, bro. Fries have not been put in the bag. Yeah, Barnett, $5 million. Nice deal. Nice deal. Especially if he builds on last year. Like he got going there at the back end of last year. I mean, if he was better than last year, he's worth the $5 million. I mean, they only paid him like $1 million last year. So if you really look at it like Barnett got 2 years, like $6.5 million, and you kind of look at it that way, it's been a nice signing. A defensive end having more touchdowns than your wide receiver is crazy. That's where the offense was. Big men signing everywhere. Well, I mean, what'd you want? You want him to sign a tackle? They don't need a tackle. Dahlman at center's fine. Like you could have made an argument they could have got Dahlman, but Dan Moore signing, who cares? You don't want Dan Moore on your team. Dan Moore. Good for Dan Moore and his agent. Good for them. Don't forget the new Titans GM is the assistant GM for the Chiefs. Yeah, but the like president or whatever runs things over there. The GM's the GM in name alone. Moral of the Dan Moore contract: feed your children. Yeah, put them on one of those. Put them on one of those ancient like medieval things to like stretch them out too. Ragnar's right. The Texans do need some O-line help and depth. There's not been a guy that I'm like devastated the Texans didn't get in on yet. Evan Brown, who would have been a nice, veteran guard to put in the mix, he signed back with the Cardinals. Titus is looking at Dan Moore's money. Titus needs to keep his eyes on his own paper. Looking to see more thick sixes. Danny, you and me both, bud. You and me both. What about the offensive tackle? Having more strip sacks than you as a defensive end. That's something we don't talk about enough. That's something we don't talk about enough with. Yo! The Patriots. Carlton Davis to the New England Patriots on a $20 million deal, average annual value, $20 million a year. So Harold Landry, Robert Spillane, and Carlton Davis to the New England Patriots so far. Also, Dan Moore now makes more money than Ronnie Stanley. Free agency always blows my mind. Always. Dan Moore's people have to be like laughing when this happens. Like Dan Moore's a fine player. Like I don't want to sit here and act like Dan Moore's useless and they just paid some guy that can't play the game, like can't play the position. Like Dan Moore is not a player that should be making over $20 million a year in the NFL. Like that's just not how this should be working. This is not how the NFL should be operating. A guy like Dan Moore making that much money. Can we get Gonzalez from New England? They're not trading him. They're not trading Christian Gonzalez. Plus, you get Christian Gonzalez, you got to pay him sooner. Kamari's going to be cheaper for longer. Christian Gonzalez obviously better than Kamari, but you can't get Christian Gonzalez. Barnett was 2.2 in 2024. Nice pay raise in 2025. So 2.2 plus 5 divided by 2. If you told me Barnett signed a 2-year deal for $7.2 million last year, I'd have been fine with it. O-line help or depth in free agency or drafted. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with a veteran if they want to find a veteran that they think can start. Like, I'm fine with that. And then if they feel like that they want to just add veterans to compete and then find maybe their starter in the draft, I'm fine with that. I would like a couple of veterans at the guard spot, though, like overall. Please, Colts sign Daniel Jones. I mean, from your lips to God's ears, that'd be funny. Who do you think the Texans go after? Yeah, there's a couple of different things the Texans can do here. I still feel like they need a defensive tackle. I would tell you that defensive end depth or edge depth is probably off the board here. They could use a cornerback 3 as well. Let me pull up the shopping list that I put together here a moment ago. So this is what I had for the Texans heading into free agency. Let's get the banners out of the way so you can see. Guards, plural. A wide receiver, outside wide receiver. Running back depth, question mark. Maybe you want a veteran running back and a blocking tight end. Over on defense, defensive tackle, still even with Sheldon Rankins. Cornerback 3, some linebacker depth, and then your edge depth gets kind of taken care of by Derek Barnett, kind of moves down or maybe off the list. So that's kind of where I'm looking and thinking for the Texans right now. Not very many wide receivers signed yet. Well, a little slow on the wide receiver market. Dan Moore's public enemy number 1 of the A to AP Tone Diggs from the Pat McAfee show. I don't know which one that is. They all are the same guy to me. But I know one of them is a Steelers fan. Dalton Reisner at guard would be nice. Yeah. I mean, again, veteran gets in the conversation, helps out the improvement of the offensive line. A veteran center. I'm not opposed to a veteran center, though the list of veteran centers that are worth a hoot is quickly diminishing. I mean, Ryan Kelly is out there from the Indianapolis Colts, and then that's about it. Jesse F. Breaking. Jesse F. to secure the services of Dan Moore's agent for his upcoming performance review. Yeah, Dan Moore's agent is having the best day of any agent. 3 weeks ago, nobody knew who that agent was. Now, everybody knows who he is. He's probably getting clients to switch to him as we speak. It's a good super chat, Jesse. Thank you. Thoughts on Grady Jarrett? Now, Grady Jarrett's an intriguing player. Got cut by the Atlanta Falcons, or released by the Atlanta Falcons, I should say. So released by the Atlanta Falcons, and is an intriguing veteran who's played a lot of football and been very successful while playing football. I'd be interested to know what his money request is. Touch of Trent wants Poona Ford. I'd be down with Poona Ford. We're off to a better start than last year. No offense, Lonnie Johnson. I do remember when Lonnie Johnson was going to be a more useful thing than he ended up being. Changing only one guard and the guard in question being a rookie is not good enough. Coaching can only change so much. They're not good enough. You're saying, Christopher, you might be right. You might be right. They might need to change more than that. I would tell you there's a good chance. There's a very good chance that you get some competition for left guard in addition to right guard as well. Yes, Mario Master, Twitter is broken. Where's kicker on the free agency shopping list? Ha, Patrick, it's not on the list. Zach wants to let Nick cook. Let Nick cook. $2K14 really wants Will Fries from the Indianapolis Colts. Let me see here. I did the Will Fries video yesterday because I knew he'd be kind of the biggest name. Let me pull up the Will Fries info sheet. Take a look at Will Fries. So if you're unfamiliar with Will Fries, you hear that name pop up a couple of different times. Right guard for the Indianapolis Colts for the past season and a half total. He was a seventh-round draft pick, worked his way into a starting spot for the Colts. Started at the end of 2022, played 2023. He was fine. Like you see the Pro Football Focus grades there. He was a fine player in 2023. His start to 2024 was awesome. He was one of the better guards in all of football to start 2024 and had a really nice start to the season and ultimately broke his leg and didn't finish the season. So he's coming off a broken leg. He's going to be expensive because he's the top guard today. And so it'll be intriguing to see what he ultimately gets paid. But Fries is a guy that a lot of people, I would think, are interested in. Chris is saying that they could get Kevin Zeitler, the guard from Detroit, and Dre Greenlaw, the linebacker from the 49ers. The Texans would be on their way. Ooh, did the Twitter machine start working again? It looks like it. So Mike Silver adding to Jonathan Alexander's report about the Texans being interested in Dre Greenlaw. Again, Greenlaw is the top linebacker available on the free agency market by a good margin now because Robert Spillane went to the New England Patriots. So if the Texans are getting Dre Greenlaw, that's a hefty investment. That is a hefty investment if they do indeed get Dre Greenlaw. I'm not opposed to it. It's just, is that the best use of your money? Were you broadcasting from today? Notice Landry is home. I saw the SNL banner in the background. This is also my home. So I am also at home. Catching, blocking tight ends should help. Yeah, that'll help the offensive line a lot if guys actually do their job at tight end. Wasn't Dre Greenlaw a Pro Bowler under D'Amico? I mean, Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, one of the best linebacker tandems in football under D'Amico Ryans. And if Greenlaw doesn't get hurt in the Super Bowl, they might have won the Super Bowl. But no, he's never been a Pro Bowler. Very good football player in 2022 and 2023, and then just didn't play very much last year coming off of the significant injury that he suffered in the Super Bowl. Would Greenlaw take a little less money to come back for D'Amico Ryans? I wouldn't if I was him. Would you? Would you take less money just to work with a different coworker? I mean, we're talking about significantly less money. It's not like he's taking like a little bit of a pay cut. Like it'd be a big pay cut. Grady Jarrett might be too expensive. No idea what Grady Jarrett's looking for. Nick asks, how do I get the Cody emotes? Well, if you are a member to the channel, the membership link should be where the subscribe button is. It should say join now instead of subscribe. There's also a link in the description. If you become a member, I recommend if they ain't Houston level. If you become a member, you'll get the access to the exclusive emojis, which includes currently a Cal McNair, a Nick Caserio, a D'Amico Ryans, a CJ Stroud, a Frank Ross, as well as a bevy of angry Codys. for you to choose from. All right, so the Titans, I guess, will move J.C. Latham back to right tackle. They'll put Dan Moore at left tackle. That doesn't make them that much better. Makes them better, but doesn't make them that much better. Okay, here. Let's see. Let's get a little bit, show off some of the emoji stuff for the folks. Kaimi can't kick in the cold. You might be right. No fries, please. I want Zeitler. So he doesn't want the Colts former offensive lineman. He wants the former Lions and Ravens offensive lineman. Let's show off what we got here for the folks. This and more when you sign up to be a member. In addition to early access to recorded videos, members-only videos. There won't be a ton of those, but there will be some. Give you an update on what the Texans have done today. Brought back Sheldon Rankins after a hiatus in Cincinnati. Added returner and wide receiver Braxton Berrios. He's coming off of an ACL injury. Brought back Derek Barnett on a 1-year, $5 million deal. What happened to Kendall Fuller? Did he get signed last season? I believe he's a free agent. And yeah, he's a free agent. He got released by the Dolphins in February. Would be interested in him for a third corner. Caserio doesn't seem like the bidding war type. So Greenlaw specifically be saying he would want to come here. That'd be interesting. And you're right. I don't see that, especially for a position that they have options at already. You know, they already have options at linebacker. Azeez Al-Shire, Christian Harris is hopefully healthy. Henry To'o. So they have options already at linebacker. Zach wants Rondale Moore, 25 years old and cheap, explosive for the Cardinals. Rondale Moore is a fine player. You bring him in, compete, have him in there, and have him be a guy to push at the bottom of the roster, turn things over. Is Barnett a better deal than Rankins? How much of Barnett's contract was contract riders? I would say that Rankins starts. So, getting a starter for that and not having to spend a bunch of money. Rankins is a starter. Barnett's a key backup, but a backup. Nobody knows better about Kaimi Fairbairn than his number one fan, Cody Stoots. I guess that's going to be a thing now. Brett is a new member. Welcome in, Brett. Thank you. Mr. Robot says, fries, please, no drink. Fries, please, no drink. I wouldn't say that if you get Dre Greenlaw, I don't feel like it's a waste of money. It's just a very unique way to allocate your resources. That's a very strange way to go about allocating your resources if you're going to spend money on that. They've already got significant investment in the linebacker spot. So it's a real weird way to allocate your resources. Just double checking the Twitter machine here. Milton Williams is close, though not done, according to Diana Rossini. No one wants Nick Caserio fired today? No. None of that. Branson Thomas, thoughts on the new Jaguars cornerback? Yeah, the Jaguars signed Jordan Lewis from the Dallas Cowboys, making him the most expensive slot cornerback in all of football, nickel cornerback, if you want to call it that position. Really good signing for them. They needed guys in the secondary. They needed guys that could help them cover some of the wide receivers they're going to go against in the course of the AFC South, and their secondary was not good. They've got a little bit of a pass rush juice with Trevon Walker could take another step, and then you add in Josh Hines-Allen on the other side. Like, they could take a little bit of a step on defense. They could stand to be better on defense. Okay, Armin wants a best free agent available now that guys have been taken off of the market. Let's get to that here in just a second. I will be right back, and the stream will continue. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back, I promise you. All right, that video was supposed to loop. It didn't loop. Great. Dandy. Fantastic. Okay. New England trying to sneak in on Milton Williams at the last second. Let's take a look here. Milton Williams' agent is a genius for getting close to a deal and then getting basically everybody to kind of come get their best offer in here. Okay, let's try to get through here we go. Texans signing Tremon Smith to a 2-year deal worth up to $7.5 million. The deal makes Smith the highest paid core special teamer in the National Football League. So Tremon Smith is the new Houston Texan. And if you recognize the name, it's because he used to be on the Houston Texans. He just wrapped up a 2-year deal with the Denver Broncos, and now Tremon Smith is back. Let's get Tom Pelissero's tweet up on the screen. Let's add Tremon Smith to the equation. All right, so wow, good Lord, how many special teams aces does this team need? My God. I mean, I guess the situation here is if he's the special teams ace, I would tell you that finishes up the tenure for Neville Hewitt, because Neville Hewitt was the previous special teams ace for this team. So $7.5 million for the new special teams ace for the Texans. Well, that's underwhelming. I mean, if he does what Frank Ross wants, then it works out great. Tremon Smith, familiar name, a Texan for a couple of seasons a couple of years ago. Been in Denver, and now a premier special teams ace, as if the Texans needed more of those. Again, I think this it replaces Neville Hewitt as like the highly invested special teams ace. This also probably spells the end of the Chris Boyd tenure. So Chris Boyd probably gone. Frank Ross having a day. Is Frank Ross the general manager now? I'm so glad I added the Frank Ross emoji. That's getting a lot of work here. Chris Boyd done for. Hey, don't be sad because it happened. Be sad because it's over. Or be excited because it's over, which is kind of where I land on this. Yeah, bye-bye Chris Boyd. Breaking news, Neville Hewitt signs deal with WWE. Yeah, I know. He could absolutely go in there and wreck some shop. Absolutely. How much do the Texans like Zeitler right now? I mean, Zeitler's he's going to be 36 this year. So he's a 1 year, he's a Band-Aid. You'd have to put somebody behind him in case he gets hurt, and certainly in case he gets hurt, but it certainly also as a long-term option behind him. But, Zeitler is a fine player to add to the equation. He's my preference as far as the guards that are available. He's the guy that I would sign if I was signing a guard. Panda says, go ahead and bring Hewitt back and get Boyd out of here. Wouldn't mind it. Smith in, Boyd out. Bye, Boyd. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Nick, don't blow money or draw 25 cards. Is this a Uno reference? This feels like an Uno reference. Moving to Hawaii. Who can we grab at safety? Jimmy Ward's got to go. The deep ball killed us last year. Safety help was absent. They definitely need some safety help. Talona Hufanga would have been fun, but it seems like he's headed to the Denver Broncos. The other safeties could be pretty expensive. I mean, Harrison Smith's not leaving. Trevon Moehrig and Justin Reed are expensive. Justin Simmons wasn't very good last year. Julian Blackmon, maybe? Also, if I say a name that got signed, please tell me. You're not going to hurt my feelings. No Coach Orange Cream. Did not enjoy that as much. Is Boyd the guy who threw the fit against the Chiefs? Yes. Yes, he did. Yeah, Morgan Moses going to end up with the New England Patriots. 3 years, $24 million, $11 million guaranteed. Moses has played right tackle for the Jets last year. He's going to end up being the right tackle now for the New England Patriots. Who is Tremont Smith? Well, Tremont Smith is, according to Tom Pelissero, a special teams ace. You'd have to ask Frank Ross specifically about who the special teams aces are in the National Football League. But we know the Texans value special teams highly. Shall we take a look at Tremont Smith's special team work on Pro Football Focus? I mean, he was excellent for the Texans a couple of years ago. He's been pretty good for the Broncos. Yeah, you get a special teamer. They were paying Neville Hewitt a nice amount of money. You get Tremont Smith to kind of replace him. Zeitler and two guards. I mean, I'd be fine with Zeitler and drafting two guys. Or Zeitler, another veteran, and drafting a guy. Is Tremont Smith good? He plays special teams. So not like you're putting him out there at corner. Cisco feels like he might be expensive. Former Jaguars safety might be pretty expensive. Patriots throwing out the bank. Patriots had a lot of money to spend. Is Frank Ross the GM is a funny question. He is not. Frank Ross getting his special team stuff taken care of today. Now, here's the thing. Frank Ross is done shopping. Like, if this is Christmas, you've already bought all of Frank Ross's gifts. Like, I already know what Frank's getting. He's getting a Braxton Berrios and a Tremont Smith. Now you don't have to worry about buying anything for Frank Ross. Frank, you're done shopping for Frank Ross. He always wins day one of free agency. Yeah, it seems like he does. But you're done shopping for Frank Ross. His stocking stuffed. His stocking is stuffed. Javon Holland talking to the Panthers, Commanders, Colts, and Titans. Ooh, DJ Reed to the Lions. 3 years, $48 million for him. They're not getting a new kicker or a new punter. They're good. Joseph Morris, good early on the DJ Reed. Good job. 3 years, $48 million, $32 million fully guaranteed for the former Jets corner. Do I think Stefon Diggs is coming back? No, I do not believe Diggs is going to come back. I am intrigued that no wide receivers have really been signed so far. It is intriguing to me. How much do you think Stingley will get? $27 million a year. That's what I would ask for. I don't know if he'll actually get it. $27 million a year. I think the Texans are going to get a new long snapper. It seems that way. But John Weeks could return at any moment. Hope they bring in competition for kicker. I don't expect that. I don't expect that will be the case. Cody, we always hear about who free agents are talking to, and then they end up with someone not named that LOL Lion season. Yeah. Yeah, it is Lion season, that's for sure. All right, so the Texans additions today, 2 defensive linemen, 2 special teamers. Sheldon Rankins back early this morning, brought him back after a year in Cincinnati. They have a starter at defensive tackle now, and if you wanted to start Tim Settle next to him, there's your 2 starters. You still need some depth at defensive tackle. Derek Barnett's back. He's your depth piece there along the defensive end spot, so they bring him back. 1 year, $5 million. You factor in his 2.2 last year. It really is a 2-year, $7-ish million deal when you think about it from that standpoint. So Barnett back. Braxton Berrios is a return specialist who can play a little bit of wide receiver, kick returner, and punt returner. He's coming off of an ACL injury, so that is something to pay attention to from when Berrios' readiness becomes a situation. So when Berrios is ready is intriguing. And then Tremont Smith is the latest addition. He is a special teams ace, was previously with the Houston Texans, 2 years with the Denver Broncos, and now he's back with the Houston Texans. So Frank Ross dominating day one. of free agency for the Texans, the special teams coordinator for the Texans. Okay, some big names to go through here. Go through a couple of these big names that have signed. Chris Godwin is back to the Buccaneers. He gets $22 million a year. Hassan Reddick signs a one-year deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Chiefs signed 49ers tackle Jalen Moore. He's their new left tackle. Drew Dahlman, he was one of the offensive linemen people were excited about that maybe the Texans could go chase. He was a center. He signs with the Bears. The Bears now have remade their entire interior offensive line. Dahlman at center. They traded for Jonah Jackson at right guard, Joe Thuney at left guard. Javon Kinlaw takes over at defensive tackle from the departing Jonathan Allen. He gets a 3-year, $45 million deal. B.J. Hill headed to the Bengals. That's an $11 million a year deal. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers are put together. Jordan Lewis with the Jaguars. He gets a $30 million deal. And that's a 3-year deal. He's the highest paid slot cornerback in all of football. Tolona Hafunga is the type of player we'd love to see the Texans snag. It's tough. The deal's not done, but he's close to going to Denver, it feels like. Milton Williams has a number of teams chasing him. Paulson Adebo, corner from the Saints. He's headed to the Giants. Dan Moore, the big money of the day, $82 million and a 4-year deal for the former Steeler. He goes to the Tennessee Titans. Nasty, nasty amount of money. Carlton Davis got $60 million to go to the Patriots. And that's caught up on all of the big deals. I miss any big deals? Texans fan says they need a new kicker. I'm sorry, you're not getting a new kicker. Is anyone taking Cade Stover to the rodeo? Last I saw Stover's back in Ohio, but I feel like he would have some fun at the rodeo. Looked like Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock had some fun at the rodeo the other day, Friday, I believe. Greenlaw interest real. I mean, the Chronicle was the first to report it. The Athletic added to the conversation and the equation. So, Dre Greenlaw for the Texans would be intriguing. He's the top linebacker on the market. So you're adding the top linebacker, which is an intriguing move if you're the Texans, because you've got Azeez Al-Shire, you've got Christian Harris coming back from whatever he suffered with, and you've got Henry To'oTo'o as well. So you've got 3 linebackers. Greenlaw is not a depth guy. Greenlaw is a guy that would start. So I am intrigued to see maybe what they do if the interest for Greenlaw is indeed real. I mean, he would start, obviously. I suppose that pushes To'oTo'o to the bench. That push Christian Harris to the bench. Rich Boy J asked, do you think there's any chance we don't agree on a deal with Stingley? I mean, if they wait a year, it only gets more expensive. I would think that they have a summer deal done with Derek Stingley. Bottom Line Business says that Tremont Smith played well at corner when he did have to play, ran back a kickoff. Tucker Addison is the long snapper that the Texans signed this offseason to a future reserve contract, I believe. So he'd be the guy that would take over for weeks if it's not weeks, it seems. Carlton Davis, $20 million a year is insane. It is insane, except for the fact the Patriots had all this money to spend. Yes, some players can change their minds. I think Anthony Barr is the most recent example of that. He had a deal agreed to on like a Monday, and by Wednesday he was back with the Vikings. So Anthony Barr did that a couple years ago. Rocky wants to cut ties with Titus Howard or restructure ASAP. Yeah, I mean, they could do some adjusting to Titus' contract. Hufanga would be a crazy snag. Yeah, Hufanga would be awesome. Hufanga would be awesome. Again, here's the free agency shopping list. Edge depth gets crossed off because of Derek Barnett's signing, so that kind of falls off the priority list here. Put guards at the top, another defensive tackle still on the list, a wide receiver for this team, cornerback 3. If you wanted to grab a veteran running back, you're not going to hurt my feelings about that. And linebacker depth, but of course, if you got a linebacker starter and you push one of the starters to depth, that would be adding to linebacker depth. And a blocking tight end if one pops up. So just some things to think about. I had not seen this, nor did I know this. Malik Neighbors was at the rodeo last night. Mike Roberts says, Greenlaw is great and all, but him and all the special teamers aren't moving the needle for me. I mean, some of this stuff may not move the needle for you. The first couple of hours doesn't always move the needle. Josh says, can we sign guards, please? I don't care about the defense signings. It shouldn't be a top priority with a terrible line right now. Of course, defensive signings are good, but that's our main need, offensive line. So none of the big guard dominoes have fallen yet, huh? None of the big guard dominoes have started to fall. Let me make sure here. Let me go over to my handy dandy tracker machine, bobber. Yeah, so Brandon Sheriff, Kevin Zeitler, Patrick McCarry, Mekhi Becton, Tevin Jenkins, Will Fries, all still free agents. So if you're wanting a guard, there's still options out there. And I would tell you, probably the longer this thing lasts, probably the better the chance is that the Texans could end up with a guard, no? Like the longer this thing hangs out, the longer this thing, the price maybe comes down on some of these guys. Kevin Zeitler would be my top guy. That'd be a 1-year commitment probably. Get you a 1-year commitment. Oh, Bo, look at you. Bo gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Bo. That is awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very cool. Very cool by Bo. Thank you. All right, so big dominoes to fall. Bo, send me an email, please. My email's in the description. I'll get you a sticker pack out when the stickers arrive. It's very generous of you. If Greenlaw signs, would somebody be on their way out? Maybe a trade or something. Drew Rosenhaus is Braxton Berrios' agent. I wonder if he tries to also be Alex Earl's agent, his girlfriend. Oh, Jesse with 10 gifted memberships. Jesse, thank you so much, my friend. That is very generous, Jesse. Thank you. Thank you. So 10 new members courtesy of Jesse, 5 new members courtesy of Bo. Thank you. Jesse, also send me an email. We'll get you a sticker pack out. Jesse, thank you so much. Bo and Jesse, appreciate you guys. Who's the top of your wish list right now? I mean, Zeitler would be great. Trusty, reliable veteran. Zeitler's probably the guy that's at the top for me. Sebastian Joseph. God, dog it. They just showed Carlton Davis's interception of CJ in the Lions game. Son of a biscuit. That game made me so damn mad. That was the game I knew Bobby didn't have it. That was a game I knew Bobby didn't have. It should have been one of the most incredible victories in Texans history, and they freaking blew it. Disgusting. Zeitler is the top of my wish list right now. Right guard from the Lions. Two-six Drew. Here, this running back class is deep. Bashaw Tootin from Virginia Tech if he falls in the 4th or 5th round. I got news for you. Bashaw Tootin may not fall. Bashaw Tootin's headed the right way up the draft boards. Cody, any potential trades you like to see? Nothing earth-shattering. You know, if they liked a guard from somebody's team, I'd be down with them going and getting a guard. I haven't really looked at trades. It's tough to know who's available, who's not available. I mean, they're not going to. I mean, at this point, they wouldn't trade for Cooper Kupp because they have a slot guy in Christian Kirk. So, I wouldn't do any. Trades are tough. These, of course, are the Texans editions. Bo came in like Frank Ross on Christmas. Derek Bonnet. Bo knows gifting. Bo knows ball. Jesse knows ball. We got free agency in the chat. You guys are great. Thank y'all so much for the super chats. Thank y'all so much for signing up to be members of the channel, gifting memberships. We're creating a fun community here on YouTube. There will be SNL today at 4, by the way. Appreciate you guys. Zeitler me, please. Yeah, I believe believe they're random, so nobody's getting picked or getting shown favoritism here. I believe they are random. So, how much would Greenlaw cost? This is an interesting question because he didn't play much coming off of the injury, and so, but he's also the top free agent linebacker that is available. So by virtue of that, I would tell you that the price is a little bit higher than some of these other potential prices that you would sign. Oh, it's got to be very funny when Adam Schefter and Jeremy Fowler are sitting next to each other, and Fowler gets a phone call, walks away, and Schefter doesn't have that. That's very funny. So how much would Greenlaw cost? I mean, are you comfortable paying $10 million a year? Because then you'd have $20 million invested in 2 of your linebackers, Dre Greenlaw and Azeez Al-Shire. You think they're getting another wide receiver and like an important one? I do believe they're going to chase an outside wide receiver. X crashed again. Great. See what the television can bring to the table. Well, as some other avenues. Okay. Just making sure I don't miss any signings here. Chiefs and Jalen Moore. Come on, Florio. Get this page updated. What are we doing? Isaiah Rodgers, cornerback, goes to the Vikings. $15 million, so he gets $7.5 a year for 2 years. Jesse F with a super chat. How much would it cost me to have Landry not bring up kickers in SNL today? That's a Landry question. I can't help it. I can't help it if the lock dog wants to bring up some kickers. I promise I won't engage, though. I won't jump off sides. Landry, get up there, hit me with the hard count. Hot, 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 hot. Then I'll have to just use a timeout. I have to use a timeout because I'm not jumping off sides. Not on the kicker stuff. Jesse, appreciate you for the super chat. Hey, when are we going to buy stickers and hats again? To be fair, I've never made you buy the stickers. Hats, we'll do another hat reorder here in a couple weeks. I got I added the new logo. We have the new Houston football logo behind me. So I'd like to put that on some hats and see what it would look like. Because I like the blue pops off of this one. So we're working on some gear. Some gear. Hats are great because there's not as much, you don't have to worry about sizing and stuff like that. And the stickers, we're working on the stickers. Working on the stickers. Texans so far today, Sheldon Rankins early this morning, Braxton Berrios shortly after free agency got going. And then Derek Barnett back on a 1-year, $5 million deal. And then Tremont Smith, defensive back from the Broncos, previously played for the Texans. Zach says 10 mil-ish for Dre Greenlaw. I mean, if you do that, $20 million on linebackers. I just don't know if that's an appropriate use of funds. Could you get a guard for $10 million a year instead of a linebacker? Don't need to tie up money at linebacker, especially if we think one position they are good at developing. Yeah, I mean, Christian Harris turned into a nice player. Obviously, the injury history, Henry To'oTo'o, nice player. Now, if you could make To'oTo'o a reserve, he's a reserve player for you. You improve the starters, but I don't want to spend a whole bunch of money if I'm the Texans doing that. Are we sure Jesse F. and Bo aren't Tremont Smith and Braxton Berrios? We're not, I guess. Juan, good to see you. Jeremy Charles, I'm still stuck on Ho Mixon was talking about. I believe you mean who Joe Mixon was talking about, his mysterious tweet. I believe Joe Mixon was talking about DK Metcalf because Metcalf was reportedly interested in the Texans. The Texans ultimately got Christian Kirk. I can't imagine Joe Mixon's thing was about Christian Kirk. Elon Musk says there's a cyber attack against Twitter. They couldn't have chose last week when it was all just spring training updates. Landry says that guards arouse me. Is that true? Yeah, I mean, Landry doesn't care about the offensive line. I do. So, he thinks you can just put any 5 slappies out there and make it work. Paul, thank you for the kind words. No angry Cody today. You don't see it pop up here on the visual, but you can see it in the chat. No, probably no angry Cody today. Cody, you're easily baited. I have been. I mean, I am to offsides what Laremy Tunsil is to false starts. Mike says he needs a new hat. Well, we'll work on getting some new hats for you. Ryan says, cut Autry, sign Greenlaw. I don't know if it's like, I mean, you still need defensive end depth. Why does Schefter need to leave the room to take a phone call? Fowler just took one behind. I guess they're going away from the desk, so he gets a couple of minutes to maybe go sit down. A comfortable chair. Those chairs don't look comfortable. See if Florio's got anything on Pro Football Talk. I don't know if I'm in on the Greenlaw conversation. H-Town wants Jonathan Allen, the former Commanders defensive tackle. Could be expensive. Set to visit, I believe I saw he was visiting the Broncos. No, he's visiting the Vikings, I believe. So he may take a while. Joe Mixon was talking about Braxton Berrios. Did they just turn on college basketball? What are we doing here? Women's college basketball at that. All right, we're over to the ESPN main channel. Get you updated. Just bring in the Texans, bring up the Texans, get a new kicker, get angry Cody. It's not happening. Not happening. Be on my P's and Q's. It's like when Clowney fixed his offsides problem. Be on my P's and Q's at SNL today. 4 o'clock. LC says, the big uglies are the best lovers. My husband played offensive line. Congratulations. And, you know, I think the big fellas get down more than people think. Trade Autry and get an extra pick. I don't mean, does he have trade value? Like what pick are you getting? And I don't know. No Greenlaw. We have a coach that should be developing linebackers and able to save cap there. Tons of other holes to fill. I mean, it's not like if they had healthy Drain Greenlaw, do they beat the Kansas City Chiefs? Maybe. Brandon says, so we haven't signed a wide receiver to a new guard or a run stuff defensive tackle. I wonder what they could be drafting. Now you're on to something there, Brando. They're going to have opportunities to draft a defensive tackle basically every time they get on the clock. Basically every time they come up, there should be a defensive tackle worthy of being selected. D-Dog puts on the tinfoil hat. Aziz and Dre would be a long-term play, but I'm going to eventually lure Fred Warner here. I don't get that. Why didn't Schefter have a tie on? Dallas going for Greenlaw 2, according to Kenneth. I had not seen that. Of course, social media being a little less social today than usual. If anything new breaks, I'll get it to you. No quarterbacks yet. No wide receivers really yet. No guards yet. There's only been a handful of free agents actually move teams so far. Can we get a pick or picks for Harris? Maybe a late one. It's a underperforming player on the final year of his contract. Trade Laremy Tunsil, clear the contract, get picks, sign a new tackle, and draft some offensive linemen. Glenn, it's a horrible trade or horrible idea. I don't know if you saw, the Titans just paid some guy named Dan Moore $20 million a year to play left tackle. It is not easy to get a left tackle. And when you have one, you shouldn't just give them away. So I'm out on this idea. Yes, the contract is expensive. It's going to come off the books in a couple of years. So you move on from Laremy Tunsil then, or you trade him next year. But you don't have a succession plan, and there's not a guy you can go get to play left tackle. I wouldn't trust Titus out there, and I wouldn't trust Blake Fisher out there. Cody, how would you feel about trading for a running back like Kenneth Walker from Seattle? They seem to be tanking. I mean, they want to trade one of those guys. They want to trade Walker, or they want to trade Walker, or they want to trade Zach Charbonnet. I'd be down with one of those two guys. Costly. I'd rather just get a rookie. I'd rather just get a young guy. LC says rather go after offensive linemen in free agency rather than draft. So Nick doesn't seem to evaluate offensive linemen very well. He's had his struggles. Probably the best moves he's made from an offensive lineman standpoint are Jarrett Patterson as a draft pick late. That's been with moderate success. And George Fant in free agency, right as things got going in training camp a couple of years ago. So outside of that, he's had kind of miss after miss after miss. But his best free agent from like what you expected and what happened was George Fant. Jake LeBrun. Oh, we get 2 vet guards and draft one. I don't want us wasting picks on the O-line. I'd be fine with two guards. No guards except to the Bears, all the interior O-linemen to the Bears. Yeah, the Bears traded for both their guards, but no significant guard movement via free agency. They signed Drew Dahlman, the center from the Atlanta Falcons. Pittsburgh has to be getting a QB. Yeah, I mean, they're probably one of the biggest dominoes to fall when it comes to quarterbacks. Because they're picking between Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers and Justin Fields. Everybody break for lunch? What's going on here in free agency? We haven't had a deal in the past few minutes. Dallas has the cap space for Dre Greenlaw. Not seeing an updated cap space. I doubt we have more than about $15 million left, if that. But there's still avenues to create some more cap space. We get comp picks if Diggs doesn't re-sign. Yeah, you might if he signs for enough and plays well enough. You might. Another shout out to Bo and Jesse. Yeah, Bo and Jesse gifted some memberships. Thank you guys. Very generous of you guys. And the folks who ended up with those, I'm sure, are very excited. Texas getting every position but guard and wide receiver. Well, they traded for a wide receiver a couple of days ago. They still need an outside guy to go with Kirk on the inside and Collins on the outside. And then, look, no guards have come off the board yet. So either the market's stale, nobody's ready to move. There could be a variety of different things, meaning for the reason no guards have come off the board. ESPN's talking about the quarterbacks. I don't care. Break some news. If we got Amari Cooper, I'd lose my mind. I'd lose my mind in a bad way. Amari Cooper's not very good anymore. Am I weird for wanting a good center? Maybe try and see if Josh Myers was ascending or just didn't look as good on the Packers O-line. Yeah, Myers is a free agent center. Ryan Kelly, probably the most notable free agent center left. Drew Dahlman, of course, was the top free agent center. He signed with the Bears. Let's see what Myers did last year. Ew. Pro Football Focus ratings, not kind to him. Now, they don't tell you everything, but they tell you a good bit. Responsible for 24 hurries and a sack, so a little leaky there in the middle. I wasn't the new OC at the combine, so Nick Caley was not at the combine. He was Skyped in for the meetings or Zoomed in, whatever technology they use. I believe he just had a child. So I think moving, new child, that probably kept him from going, but he was there for the meetings, which is the part the Texans care the most about. Okay, these are the moves the Texans have put together so far today. Let's see if I can get this right this time. I will be right back. Hey, look, the little loop thing worked. This technology's not going to beat me. Jesse F's the best Texans move so far. He said he's considering the silly money the Titans spent as a win for the Texans. Yeah, that's the Titans spending $20 million a year on Dan Moore. All these agents take a lunch break? I don't know who. So James Foster is the 33rd team's draft analyst. And he says, 6 games into Dan Moore's tape, here are my initial notes. Very mid. Oh, man. Joshua Medrano asks, do you believe the Texans will end up getting Emeka Egbuka, the Ohio State wide receiver, in the draft? I would tell you there's a chance. He can play outside. He played a lot on the inside, but he can play outside as well. The Patriots get Milton Williams. The Patriots got Milton Williams. Am I behind here? I'm like 5 minutes behind. Let's catch up. All right, so they stole Milton Williams from the Panthers, and Milton Williams made $26 million per year. Golly almighty. That is 3 for 51 on Mooring. Well, I guess when Milton Williams gets stolen from you, you go out there and you spend on a safety. That would get the Panthers, without a pass rush, have spent a tremendous amount of money on their secondary. Kind of building it the wrong way. 3 years, $51 million for Trevon Mooring. Oh. $51 million on Mooring, $100 million on J.C. Horn, and they really didn't get that much better. That's gross. Texans sacrifice comp picks when they structure the contract. Oh, okay. So maybe no comp picks. That's fine. Not super worried about the comp picks. Schefter apparently mentioned the Braxton Berrios girlfriend situation Are the Rams now forced to keep Kupp? I don't know what they're going to do with Cooper Kupp. Robert says, with the Steelers going wide receiver, Golden's got a good chance to make it 25. Might be hard to pass on that speed. He certainly is not slow. Certainly not slow. Space Age says, penny pinching at its finest. I mean, what did you want him to do, Space Age? None of the guards have signed yet. None of the guards have signed yet. These are the Texans' moves today. Sheldon Rankins, Braxton Berrios, Derek Barnett, Tremont Smith. Graphic looked really nice, by the way, Cody. Thank you. Hopefully I don't have to use it that much. But you never know. Taking in lots of liquids. You got to go. I did not take a draft night Tunsil break. Callahan. You know, the breaks guy. Tommy Boy. Is it Brian Callahan? Yeah, Brian Callahan. He has the least presence of any head coach I've ever been around. He just kind of like shows up at the combine, and then you're just standing there and you're like, "Oh, it's Brian Callahan." Like he just like he has no presence to him at the combine. All the agents are beating up Dan Moore's agent for messing up the market. Now they like Dan Moore doing that kind of stuff. Oh. Good job by a Red Raider buddy of mine. One of my defensive tackle targets off the market. My guy Murphy McGuire gets Poona Ford paid. So Poona Ford, a defensive tackle target that I was thinking would make sense for the Texans, though probably not the perfect fit for the Texans. Goes to the Rams. 3 years, just under $30 million, $17 million guaranteed. Murphy McGuire, a proud Red Raider like myself. So good job for Murphy McGuire getting Poona Ford paid. So another defensive tackle comes off the board. Jesse F. with 5 memberships. Thank you, Jesse F. Very kind to you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. This is a random story, but it's very funny. I was a freshman when Kenyon Green was a senior at Atascocita. I got to see him beat somebody up in the locker room there. Kenyon had a nice little run there, high school, college. It just hasn't worked out for him in the pros. All right, so Poona Ford, the latest signing. For keeping track of the Texans offseason so far, it's these additions today, as well as the trade for Christian Kirk and bringing Dare Agumbawale back. Jesse F., thank you for the gifted subs or gifted memberships. The gifted memberships are assigned randomly too, by the way. So I don't decide anything. That's all the YouTubes. Who should the Texans get at pick 25? Well, right now I'd say a defensive tackle or a wide receiver, though a guard would be a useful investment. Veracity Productions, NFL Free Agency Frenzy. Anything on Diggs? Nothing on any wide receiver. No wide receivers have made the move here. No wide receivers have made any moves. The only wide receiver contracts that have been signed from free agents, Devontae Adams signed yesterday, and Braxton Berrios signed today. But he's more of a special teams guy. Who's the best free agent left? Okay, the absolute best free agent left. Probably Javon Holland at safety. The Texans don't need a quarterback, so Darnold's not it. Josh Sweat's a defensive end. I mean, it got shallow quick. I mean, as far as guards, all the guards are still available. If we get Dre Greenlaw, would Fred Warner potentially follow him here? Maybe. I mean, I suppose so. This is a nice little note from Texans Cap that he kept to himself and letting us know till this very moment. Technically, Stefon Diggs can't participate in the legal tampering period. Now, what do you have a reasoning behind that, Cap? I'm not saying you don't have. You're not. I'm not saying you're incorrect. I just don't know. I don't know what the reasoning would be. Any notable signings around the league? How do they affect this? I think Jordan Lewis getting signed to the Jaguars is the AFC South one that would affect you the most. A solid player that helps out their defensive back situation. He's going to be the highest paid nickel cornerback in all of football. So that's one. That's one to pay attention to. Dan Moore signing with the Titans gives them a left tackle. They move J.C. Latham over to right tackle. They've now spent a tremendous amount on their offensive line. It's still not very good. They spent on first-round pick on Skoronski, first-round pick on Latham. Now they spent $20 million a year on Dan Moore. It's not good. Good to see Ragnarsson? Yes, Ragnar Ragnarsson, new member. Thank you, Ragnar. Appreciate you. It's the price of Greenlaw. Again, it's hard for me to figure out. He's the top linebacker on the market. I mean, that would be double-digit millions a year. This free agent class is underwhelming. Glad this year we don't have a ton of space. Yeah, I mean, they spent a bunch of their money last year, and that ended up being a really good decision by the Houston Texans. Are the Texans in on Jeffrey Simmons? I don't know why they would trade Jeffrey Simmons, but if they're moving him. Larry Ogunjobi, I know some people put that in the chat. Larry Ogunjobi, released by the Steelers. Maybe. Him. Grady Jarrett. Sebastian Joseph Day would be the one that I'd be interested in. Does that J.C. Horn signing influence the Stingley deal? Absolutely. Stingley will take not a penny less. Sign Cody to take Titus Howard's job? I would be awful at it. I would be. So Sam Darnold to the Seahawks. Okay. Sure. Jackson Smith and Jigba is not going to lead the league in receiving with Sam Darnold at quarterback. Justin Simmons with Bullock, excuse me. mean, he wasn't very good last year. Texans should let Mills go and go to a new backup. Why? You hope you never play him. Mills is perfectly fine. He got $110 million from the Seahawks? Holy crap. 100 I saw 1 and 5, and I thought it was 3 years, 15 a year. Sam Darnold makes $37 million a year. Are you freaking kidding me? That's gross. That's the moral words of Vince McMahon. I'm sick. That makes me sick. What are the Seahawks doing? Do they think that Geno is too old? That's gross. That disgusts me. Would you and Landry do some shows breaking down the AFC South teams on SNL? Interested to hear y'all take on their needs. Yeah, we probably would do that in the offseason more, just kind of a recap of them. I'll tell you, they all need quarterbacks. I surely thought Darnold was going to Pittsburgh. Yeah, I mean, not for that money, though, I would think. Mob Squad says, wouldn't mind if Javon Holland got a look. Javon Holland's expensive, though, man. Very expensive. Okay, so voided contract players have like a weird quirk in their contract. So there may be no Diggs news coming for a few days. It's good to be Sam Darnold. Yeah, it is. It's good to be Sam Darnold. It's good to be Dan Moore. I had to remember his name. Jesse F says, only 700 people watching, but 198 likes. I'll give some more memberships so we get those likes up. Jesse, you're very generous. I appreciate the super chat for you saying this. I appreciate the gifted memberships. I know the new members appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jesse. You're very kind. Thank you. Thank you very much. CJ going to get 70 million APY at this rate. I mean, he's not getting $1 less than 55 a year if he's good in 2025. Marky Mark says, Cody, I really appreciate these live marathons. You do keep me entertained while it's doing my mail routine. Marky Mark, you're one of our great postal workers. Thank you for delivering the mail. There's few things in this world I love more than getting mail. Even if I get junk mail, I do enjoy tearing through junk mail and throwing it away. But getting mail, like real honest to God mail, not like a package from Amazon. Getting mail, I love getting mail. I probably should invest in a pen pal. I love getting mail so much. All right, we'll see if I put too much Crystal Light in my Gatorade bottle. Oh, God, that's terrible. Thanks for listening, Marky Mike. Thank you, everybody, for listening, watching, checking it out after, before, during. Oh, and thank you to our new member, Jordan. Appreciate you jumping in. And Jesse F. with another 10 gifted memberships. Jesse, thank you so much, man. You're very generous. Appreciate you. Of course, the memberships, we get folks the custom emojis. They'll also get them early access to some videos. There'll be some member-only videos at some point as well. Jesse, you've been very generous today. I very greatly appreciate it. Please send me that email. We'll get you that Sticker pack and maybe more. Cody, GM hat on. If someone calls and asks for Mills, what would you ask for a pick in return? A second? Give me a second round pick. I'll give you my backup quarterback. He's already paid. He's got starting experience. I can go about replacing him with the money that I save from trading him. I'll give you a second. The Jaguars signed a blocking tight end. Has any good team signed a good contract yet? That's kind of the bit, is that there aren't any good contracts in free agency, right? Cody hates male guys. That's not true. That's definitely not true. Best Texans coverage on YouTube right here, along with Landry and SNL. If you're not watching The Locker Room, if you're not watching SNL and you're not watching this channel, you're not up to date on the Texans. Mike says swarm the like button. Cody does not love getting mail. Landry loves lying. Free agency in the chat. This is my favorite explanation to the gifted memberships. Free agency in the chat. Jesse is very much the MVP. Oh my gosh. Hold on now. Hold on now. If the source would know. This is the real Maurice Jones-Drew. I just can't believe this contract. The real Maurice Jones-Drew is reporting that former Texans safety Eric Murray is signing a 3-year, $22.5 million contract with the Jacksonville Jaguars with $12 million guaranteed. I mean, what is going on in Jacksonville? $22 million for Eric Murray? He made like $2 million this year. Oh, man, what a deal. Great job, Eric Murray's agent. That's a bit surprising, isn't it? $22.5 million for Eric Murray? Did MJD get the right details? Good for Eric Murray, man. He's cashed in a couple of different times. It's a great job by him. Eric Murray, wow. Jesse F says, I hired Dan Moore's agents. I'm good to go. It's funny. Jesse, thank you again. Ragnar says, hey, any other law enforcement listening? Take it safe out there. Absolutely. Stay safe. Stay safe, whatever your job is, but certainly the ones that have danger associated with them, stay safe. Male people can be attacked by dogs. That's scary. Eric Murray just fleeced the Jags. Yeah, he did. Eric Murray got a bag from Jacksonville. They gave Eric Murray what? This people. Darius Slay signed with the Steelers, but my God, the Jaguars. I'm happy. Eric Murray is a super nice guy. And for what he was asked to do for the Texans, he fit perfectly, and he was absolutely the right price. Good for him, as HDAV Traveler says, and Marky Mark talking about getting fleeced. My goodness, what a terrible job by the Jaguars. Jesse F. Jags and Titans going in big in free agency. Going in big to see who loses free agency. Shaking my head. Yeah. I mean, golly. What a weird deal for the Jaguars. CJ's going to light those guys up. Yeah. Good news, guys. We're getting a replacement backup safety. Yeah. Yeah, they are. $22.5 million and $12 million guaranteed for Eric Murray. Good for Eric Murray. Good for Eric Murray. Good for Eric Murray's agent as well. Good for Eric Murray's agent as well. Wow. As Landry Locker puts it, Eric Murray is the Kirk Cousins of mid-safeties. He signed a big fat. Let me go to the Eric Murray. He's got to be approaching, when this contract's over, he's got to be approaching $50 million. And he played for less than $2 million last year. Okay, so he made about $3 million with the Chiefs in his rookie contract. And then he made $18 million with the Texans, 2021, 22. So you're looking at 21. He made another $8 million, 22, 23 with the Texans. So you're looking at 30. Add in the 2, 32. Yeah, he's going to be checking in over $50 million when this thing's all said and done. It's a great job by Eric Murray, maximizing what he's been given. Yeah, Murray does have some coverage issues. He played fine in a backup role, but they're going to start him, I guess. Cody, would you be interested in Justin Reed? Probably not at the price. Probably not the price he's going to command. I guess J.J. Watt had a soccer meeting while free agency was happening. His brother had a baby at the same time. Travis Reed, Cody, what are your thoughts on Zabel and Zeitler? Zabel is Gray Zabel, the rookie guard from North Dakota State University. Texans would probably need to use the 25th overall draft pick on him. Kevin Zeitler is a free agent guard, 36 years old this upcoming season. I would like for him to be the Texans' right guard. Murray did more for Houston signing that deal with the Jags than signing a team-friendly deal in Houston. Is Bill O'Brien in charge of the Jags? Steelers put together an okay squad. They still don't have a quarterback. That Aaron Rodgers thing is not official. Oh, my God. You want to talk about bad deals? Check this out. The Buccaneers just signed Samaje Perine to a 3-year, $22 million deal. 12.5 guaranteed. The Buccaneers have Bucky Irving and Rashad White on their team already. And they signed Samaje Perine to this deal? What the hell is going on here? Did Murray even play last year? Murray played a ton last year. He started at safety when why are we talking about the Lakers schedule on ESPN? He started at safety when Jimmy Ward got hurt. Bill O'Brien on the Jags staff. It seems so. This Buccaneers deal is weird. It's been a robbery in Duval. Yeah. They willingly gave up the money, though, it seems. Jesse F. Guess it's time for the Colts to offer Black Lesnar, a.k.a. Neville Hewitt, Suplex City in Indy. Crazy day. The Jets get Justin Fields. Justin Fields to the Jets. It looks like Ian Rappaport and Schefter at the same time. So Justin Fields to the Jets. The Colts are set to sign Cameron Bynum when free agency gets going. Okay, so they're agreeing to the contract with them. Bynum, one of the top safeties on the market. So the Colts are going to get him. The Jets get Justin Fields. Jesse F., thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, I'd bring back Neville Hewitt at the right price. What a weird contract that freaking kind of flabbergasted by that Samaje Perine deal. Now that Murray is gone, they need Harrison Smith. Harrison Smith, if Harrison Smith plays this year, I would tell you that Harrison Smith's playing for the Vikings. Marky Mark, Nick Amenawari coming in. Certainly would not hate Nick Amenawari at 25, the South Carolina safety. Cody, like what Florio says, dysfunctional teams do dysfunctional things. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? But the Jets get Justin Fields. That's the move, huh? Eric Mobley, Pro Bowl season loading. Maybe you're really good at Madden. Mike with a deep cut at safety. Rayon Lane, the third out of Navy, takes Murray's spot. Deep cut draft pick. D'Amico giving him a gift basket for going to the Jags for that. Man. Let's see. What a weird. Yeah, 322 and 12 guaranteed. Feels like a lot of people have gotten that exact deal. Justin Fields to the Jets, Jets. All right, this guy's done. See ya. Eric Murray getting 20x to leave the Texans is crazy. That's pretty high. Aaron Rodgers taking the Steelers Super Bowl would be worth it just to continue Jets fans' misery. I don't want the Steelers to go to the Super Bowl. Screw the Steelers. Aaron Wilson deleted the Samaje Perine tweet. Okay. So Aaron tweeted that. Let's see if it's still up here. Okay, so Samaje Perine deal not real. So this is a now deleted tweet by Aaron Wilson. So maybe Samaje Perine did not get $22 million a year. We're going to just let me get my keyboard here. We're going to do a little screen capture on that just in case. Don't know we ever need it. Colts Cam Bynum scary move. So Bynum was one of the top safeties out there on the market. Helps solidify their back end a little bit. They still don't have, their front seven is not super impressive. Bynum on Pro Football Focus's ranking was their number 2 safety, their number 16 free agent. Eight career interceptions, 3 in 2024, 104 solo tackles in 2023. It's a nice player for them. Yeah, you thought Chicago fans were a rough one. Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of folks being nice to Justin Fields on the Jets. Man, $40 million for Justin Fields feels like a lot. Probably played Madden with him. Jokes aside, I'm happy for Eric Murray too. It's a great job. It's a great job by him. Arthur Wilson, 4 years, $60 million for Bynum, Cam Bynum to the Colts. Jordan Schultz had that one with the money. Woof. Price makes you appreciate rookie contract Kalen Bullock, doesn't it? David White, membership link should be where the join button is, where you click the subscribe button. There should be a join button. If not, there's a link in the description down below. David, appreciate you. 3 levels to choose from. New York and Fields both struggle to function in the winter and have fans yelling at them all the time. Very accurate, Risque Barber. Very accurate. And David White found it. David is now a member. Appreciate you, David. Thank you so much. Do we confirm the Eric Murray deal? Yeah, Eric Murray. I mean, we've seen it from a couple of different people now. It was not a tweet and delete. How much is Eric Murray getting? He's getting $22 million. Excuse me, $22.5 million. $12 million guaranteed. Great job by Eric Murray. Texans need to upgrade a tight end. I feel like that's probably through the draft. That's probably coming in the draft. Jesse F says, swarm the like button. And when he says he's got that itch, I'm assuming he means some membership donations. So, Jesse, very, very kind. Appreciate you. Quite the benefactor today. If you care about baseball, the Dodgers re-signed Dave Roberts. I don't. Jesse, thank you again for the super chat. Now do we get a safety 25? I mean, look, if you got a safety at 25, if you got a safety at 25, you still have to figure out what to do with Jimmy Ward. Now, if you move on from Jimmy Ward, your safety at 25 can probably start for you. So I think there's that to think about. Jonathan Alexander's reporting that Eric Murray wanted to return to Houston. I'm sure he did until he got offered $22.5 million by the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then you officially get the hell out of town. You'd be on the first flight to Jacksonville. Does Houston even fly direct to Jacksonville? Probably do. Jason Licht, the general manager of the Bucs, just responding to a tweet saying, no, we did not, of signing Samaje Perine. Aaron, what happened? What happened, Aaron? How do you get that? How does that happen? Diablo Valdez says O-line or Saftu at 25. I believe he means safety. O-line or safety is fine. None of the big guards have come off the board yet. None of the big fellas have come off the board yet. Blake Warren wants a wide receiver. Luther Burden from Missouri is his choice. Dayo Odeingbo from the Colts is leaving. He's headed to the Bears. He's going to get a 3-year, $48 million deal, according to Jordan Schultz. And we'll go ahead and show this Ian Rappaport. I think I said his name right. Dayo Odeingbo. From the Colts to the Bears. Man, Bears tossing some cash around, man. Traded for 2 guards, signed Drew Dahlman, signed a defensive lineman. Lots of cash. Yeah. If you're flying to Jacksonville, you go first class. Man, Aaron, do you think Aaron got prank phone called? That's not good. Swarm the like button. Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Kevin Zeitler, the free agent guard from the Detroit Lions, and Gray Zabel, the rookie guard from North Dakota State University. Would be nice. When do the guards start following? Great question. I would have expected at least 1 or 2 of them to come off the board, though it looks like Drew Dahlman, the center from the Atlanta Falcons, got a little bit less than people were expecting. And I wonder if because he got less, that maybe these guards are getting a little bit less. And if you're one of these guards, you kind of wait for the first domino to fall. And then when that domino falls, then you can go, hey, well, I'm better than that guy. Give me more money. Like if Will Fry is signed for $12 million a year or something, then if you're a Zeitler, you could say, okay, well, give me a $14 million a year contract. I'm better than him. I know I'm old, but I'm better. Or vice versa. Zeitler signs $10 million a year, and Will Fry says, well, give me a contract better than his. Quite the standoff here. It's like The Office. Got all these guards at the standoff. Got Michael, Dwight, and Andy standing off. Rafe says, Cody, I know you probably ain't a fan, but if we steal Holland, A+++ offseason for me. And Javon Holland's going to be expensive. If Cam Bynum's getting let's see, let's do the math here. If Cam Bynum's getting 15 a year, Holland's getting 16 a year. I just don't know how you can invest that in a safety. Yeah, you got to pay the bad team tax sometimes if you're the Bears. Marky Mark, my dream scenario for a draft is either first round is either Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama, Nneka Manowari, the safety from South Carolina. Second round, Tate Ratledge, the guard from Georgia, or Jonah Savanaia, the guard from Arizona. I probably butchered the spelling. And then Torrey Horton, the wide receiver from Colorado State. Marky Mark, that's a good dream. Dream no little dreams. Dream no little dreams. Those are solid. I'd be fine with Manowari, a guard, and then Horton in the third. I'd be good with that. Get CJ Emeka Egbuka, his teammate from college, from Ohio State. You probably spend 25 overall on him. Not a bad pick. Is Ollie Gordon not good? The running back from Oklahoma State? He had an awful 2024. But his 2023 is one of the best running back seasons in recent memory. Bubba's got the official Bubba draft board. Wide receiver Jack Besh from TCU, running back Caleb Johnson from Iowa, guard Tate Ratledge from Georgia. I don't know how to say Pegasus' name. I think it's Pegas. Defensive tackle J.J. Pegas from Ole Miss. Thomas Fidone, the from Nebraska, and then Fairchild I'm unfamiliar with. I have to catch up. It doesn't ring a bell off the top of my head. Byron asks, what's the best Chinese restaurant in the Houston area? Depends what you're looking for. Depends what you're looking for. Like if you want super traditional Chinese, then, you know, throw a dart in Chinatown, you can find one. I like the Fufu Cafe just because I've been there and I've had their food. If you're looking for just like, like General Tso's chicken or whatever, like it's called Tiger Noodle House. I go there a bunch. But Fufu Cafe in Chinatown's good. I really like Fufu Cafe. Despite the name. Just a strange name. I'm sure there's something different in the translations there, but works better for us if no guards sign today, or we can sign Zeitler before anybody else signs. Yeah, I am intrigued that no guards have come off the board yet. Your choice, Zeitler or Fries? Zeitler. Yeah, those the Jets are going to keep Garrett Wilson. As much as I'd love for the Jets to trade him, the Jets are going to keep Garrett Wilson. Poverty franchises doing poverty things. Mike Roberts wants Fries in free agency, and then either Gray Zabel from North Dakota State or Fries and Zabel or Zeitler and I'd take Zeitler and Ratledge. I would take the old guy at the young guy to replace him right away. $60 million for Cam Bynum is crazy. Colts had that laying around. Well, the Colts sat out free agency last year. They just didn't do anything. Tyler Booker from Alabama, the guard, his bench press reps scare me. 21 times at 225, I'll pass. The bench press is weird because it does show raw strength. It is necessary to display raw strength. But Booker talked about this specifically. He likes functional lifts. It's like he's talking about like cleans and snatches and hand cleans and all this other stuff. So he likes functional lifts more than traditional lifts. And he felt like his functional lifts and flexibility were good. I got to find the exact quote, but I'm not as worried about Booker's bench press. I was paneling that Okie State team was terrible, but I think he's still good. Yeah, this Okie State team was awful this year. Gordon was not super impressive at the Senior Bowl. Fedone about it. Oh, Fedone. It's funny because people on TV say Fedone, but on the Nebraska website where he says his own name, he says Fedone. He says Fedone. Ray for the draft day reference. Tyler Booker, no matter what. You read it on a little sticky note. Petrie's the nickel if he's healthy. That'd be my thought. LC, I want us to look at running back DJ Giddens from Kansas State in the late rounds. Be down with that. Patrick, Mala Sichuan is very good. I have been there. Fufu's good for late night. Yeah, they stay open forever. Ginger Cafe, I've never been there. I'll put it on the list. BG knows about buffets, man. Silver Palace. That's my buffet of choice. That's my buffet of choice. Is Igbuka an outside wide receiver? He has played outside wide receiver. He primarily played in the slot for Ohio State this past season, but he has played outside. He can play inside or outside. Jeremy says Golden or Igbuka. Isn't Mark? Always tell how good the Chinese restaurant is looking for a small Asian child doing homework in the corner. That does mean it's family. Joining us now, Landry Locker from the Locker Room.
And SNL. And SNL.
And SNL. Yeah.
How you holding up, dude?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
I'm hanging, dude. You're the marathon. You're the king of the off season.
I try.
So I think there's two guys that might have died today on the Texans roster. I want you to tell me if I'm going in the right direction or not.
Okay, tell me.
I think Danico Autry's gone.
Really?
Yeah, I think Danico Autry's done. I think they liked him, obviously, but I think you save money by getting rid of Danico Autry. I think the appeal of Danico Autry was you can put him on the field with Anderson and with Daniil Hunter, but you can do that with Rankins too. And they like Rankins, and Rankins is kind of like the D'Amico type of guy. So I think Danico Autry might have died today. You also brought back Barnett. That's another guy that they like to get creative with. So I think today, like from that standpoint, I think Danico Autry is gone. And I also think, and I think this is going to excite some people, I think Chris Boyd's gone. Like it's, yeah. So he was probably already gone anyways, but you invested that much in a special teams guy. I think that he's gone. So I think from the roster standpoint, that's where the Texans kind of benefited.
Yeah, if it's the end of Chris Boyd, I'm excited. I'm in on that. And then the Barnett one is interesting because he came in at basically double what he made last year, a little bit more than that actually. And could you repurpose the money from Danico Autry into a different spot and still have Barnett be that key backup at the edge? You probably could.
But then you're paying like what, $18 million between Rankins and Autry. Like, is that spending money wisely? Like when you have all these needs, is that really spending money wisely if you do that?
Yeah, my thing is I have just never considered Autry an inside guy because they just don't play him there that much. So and he didn't play there, like he played less than 100 snaps there with the Titans, and then he was hurt all of this past season. So who knows exactly what he can bring to the table? If they felt bad about the Jaguars,
the Eric Murray thing,
no,
they're still going?
Diami Brown to the Jaguars on a 1-year, $10 million deal worth up to $12 million.
I don't know what they're doing. That Eric Murray deal is the most insane thing that I've seen. His agent must know how to sweet talk people. I mean, the Eric Murray deal that B.O.B. and Easterby gave, we kind of made fun of. Now they have company. I don't know what Tony Baselli's doing.
Yeah, I guess Tony Baselli is in charge over there, huh?
Come on. Yeah, like really. Yes. Tony Baselli's making these moves. But I don't know what the Jags are doing. But as soon as like the craziest thing about Twitter shutting down today is like there were a few moves where they just showed how much a guy got, and you immediately knew it's either Titans or Jags that made the move. Like it's like I think the Titans are showing that they're going to draft a quarterback number 1. I think that's another big takeaway.
Yes.
Like that's the type of move that you make if you're drafting a quarterback 1. So
correct.
I think Cam Ward, you can take him off the board. He's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft as expected, and doesn't strike a lot of fear, but I think that's the right call by the Titans. So I think that's a takeaway. Number 1 takeaway is Cam Ward is definitely getting signed. I think it's interesting to see what Chicago is doing in the same position that the Texans were in a year ago. I think that Chicago,
they did a really good job transforming the interior.
Yeah, I think they're doing a really good job of that. Washington too. I think the Washington, what they've done and what they're doing, I think is interesting too. I think it's I don't want to depress people, but it's kind of a when you put side by side what they're doing at tight end and bringing in a veteran wide receiver and the cost of it, it's kind of depressing from a Texans point of view, given that they were in the same situation too, that they're getting Zach Ertz, 2 years of Zach Ertz, and he had more yards, touchdowns, and receptions than Dalton Schultz in his first year, just like CJ was good with Schultz, but they give him a pretty relatively fair, decent 1 year deal. But in his 2 years, he'll make less than pretty much Schultz is going to make in his second and third. So just kind of localizing it as I always do and looking at that and kind of connecting it. I think that's interesting.
I know you talked about this guy and the folks have been talking about him here in the chat. Talona Hufanga to the Broncos going to get a little bit closer to official now. I know they were working on it. It was like, oh, is somebody going to swoop in? But there goes maybe bringing over another one of D'Amico's guys. He goes to the Broncos.
That was
kind of a pipe dream because he might be expensive. There's no money out there yet.
But it was exciting. It was an exciting possibility when you thought about it because he was one of the best safeties in the league with D'Amico. And then you had 2 years of him without D'Amico and he kind of fell off. So I thought that he would be interesting for the Texans to bring in, but that's not going to happen. The other name that seems to be getting steam, and it's been interesting to follow. I think a lot of people are being exposed by not having Twitter full time, by the way, whether it's beat writers or whatever. Speaking of,
oh no. So an erroneous report that Samaje Perine signed a 3-year, $22 million deal with $12 million.
Wait, it was an erroneous report. I thought Aaron Wilson had it.
Aaron Wilson tweeted that. The tweet is no longer alive. Jason Licht, the general manager for the Buccaneers, had to respond to someone on social media saying that did not happen. And Samaje Perine's headed back to the Bengals. It's going to be
I saw the money.
It's going to be a 2-year deal up to $3.8 million.
Yes, that seems a little more realistic. But when you first said the move, I was like, okay, I know that Baker Mayfield and Samaje Perine are like brothers, like literally, because they're both from the Austin area and I think they played 3 years together at OU. So I was like, okay, maybe like Baker's like doing him a favor. But even then, that was like solid RB money.
Well, they have Rachaad White and Bucky Irving. It made no sense in Tampa.
So are you saying there was a fake report and then Aaron said it, or Aaron said it and then fake reports happened?
Aaron was the report.
Oh, okay.
Aaron, to my knowledge, Aaron was the first guy with it.
Whoa, look at that bread. 3 years, 45 milli.
For a Hufanga?
Yeah, I think you were right.
Woo!
Yeah, so that's
$20 million guaranteed. You couldn't do that. If you didn't have Dalton Schultz on the roster, you could have done that. If you didn't have Shaq Mason's dead money, you could have done that. If you didn't have Titus Howard, you could have done that. But you had those 3 players, so you can't do something like this.
That's tough.
I need to catch up with a couple super things real quick. Jesse gifted some memberships. Thank you, Jesse. Austin Savage, not a good look for the new Jaguars GM, man. Yeah, I'm with Landry. I think Baselli's calling the shots there.
Yeah, come on. They took a picture of him with the GM every time, and then they hired a Poindexter that goes up there and can't form a sentence. Come on. Baselli's.
And Jesse with a super chat. Gifting memberships pales in comparison to the rest of the AFC South gifting the division. Oh, wow. Landry, this is a big one. Because I trust that the quarterback can get him the rock. The Chargers, Jesse, thank you for the super chat. The Chargers are adding Josh Palmer. 3 years, $36 million for Josh Palmer. He's headed to the Bills, so cross country for him.
Oh, wow.
Okay. The Bills get a outside wide receiver presence, and I can tell you right now, Josh Palmer is more useful than Amari Cooper was for them last year. Amari Cooper was useless. So Palmer, they got that excellent running back situation that they've got. They've got 2 tight ends, and they've got Khalil Shakur, who's an excellent slot option over there in Buffalo. Good job by the Bills. I do not believe I would have paid Josh Palmer that if I was the Texans.
No, not really.
I'm looking for something maybe a step. This is a weird investment. The 49ers just spent $20 million on a tight end. Luke Farrell. Everybody get done with lunch? All these deals coming through. Luke Farrell, who was with the Jaguars last year.
Up to 20 million. You got to think
20
that's
million.
Yeah, you got to think that's up to
Not
20 is pretty heavy loaded on the back end.
Josh Sweat gets a deal. He's going, I guess all these guys got out of lunch. I mean, what's going on here? Let's see. Josh Sweat, $76.4 million, 41 guaranteed. Drew Rosenhaus negotiating that one. Rosenhaus is Braxton Berrios' agent, by the way.
Yeah, what'd you make of that? It seemed like there was a little bit of disappointment with the old.
There's your, you talked about, hey, this could be the end for Danico Autry. This could be the end for Chris Boyd. That's the end of Robert Woods. See you later. They've got their punt returner, kick returner. And it might be the end of either Xavier Hutchinson or John Mechie because they don't play special teams.
Yeah, so, I think that's back end of the roster type of move, like of the wide receiver depth chart.
I mean, he's the gatekeeper. He's at 5 on the depth chart. If you're better than him, you make the team. If you're worse than him, you're cut.
Yeah, I don't think he's guaranteed to make it. I mean,
yeah,
I didn't find anything wrong with that. The Rankins deal was interesting. It was one of the worst kept secrets in town.
Yes.
That one is, I think it kind of makes them look good. In that, I'm always critical of the way that they've spent money, like on the rookie window. But D'Amico Ryans had a favorite guy. One of them was Sheldon Rankins. At the very least, he had a price. He had a line in the sand. Sheldon Rankins stepped over that line in the sand. He went to Cincinnati.
Yep.
And then a year later, your line in the sand is kind of validated because he's right back in your lap. Now, it was validated because he missed 10 games and because Cincinnati has other stuff to do. But you bring him back, we'll see what happens. I think it marks the end of Autry, and we'll see. And then the Tremont Smith, that's just kind of a special teams thing that they did. So I think the secondary market's going to be where they do the bulk of their damage.
Well, if you remember last year, I mean, they didn't even do the Danielle Hunter thing till the second day. And then even their first day deals, they really didn't have anything come down until late in the evening. And then in the evening, that was when they got Azeez Al-Shire.
Well, I think Corey also brings up a good point. Corey, I think it was Corey Black in the chat. Yeah. The Palmer, the 3 years, what was it? 345, 336. I mean, that's a good deal for Christian Kirk. Like the 1 year deal for Christian Kirk is a good deal. Like that's why you want to avoid like the Josh Palmer, like 36. He could end up being fine in Buffalo, but you want to stay out of that market. The 1 year ish, whatever it ends up being for Christian Kirk, I think that's good shopping too. And that's where the Texans are. The Texans are not going to be in a position anytime soon to be winning free agency ever. It might not really happen for a long time because I don't know if you've noticed, but their price for the Bills that they got coming, it's kind of inflated in the last 4 days. In the last 4 days, 5 days, Max Crosby gets a record-setting deal as an edge guy. Days before, Myles Garrett gets a record-setting deal as an edge guy. Days before, Josh Allen gets a record-setting deal as a quarterback, which was a day before that Horn got 4 years, $100 million. That's a corner. That's an edge guy. That's a quarterback. Same positions as Derek Stingley, CJ Stroud, and Will Anderson. So that's what the market is going to be, and they're going to have to figure out something there. So spending a lot of money in free agency, it's not necessarily a recipe for success. It's a reason to get excited, but the Texans bills have gone significantly up.
I mean, what you're talking about, what you just talked about, those three players, If you're lucky, okay, those three players probably account for $112 million a year. If you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky. Because that's 55 for CJ, that's 30 for Will, and that's 27 for Stingley.
I think the funniest question, and I'm not making fun of anyone for it, but I think the funniest question whenever JC Horn signed his deal was, well, does that impact Derek Stingley? The same guy. Yeah. First of all, yes. Second of all, the same guy that's going to be negotiating the Stingley negotiated that one. So yes, very much does.
Yeah. It is literally that plus money is the minimum for Stingley. Like he's gonna blast past that. It will be fun to watch the Stingley and Sauce Gardner standoff because whoever signs first is likely going to be supplanted by the other guy. Like whoever signs first between Sauce and Stingley is going to be the highest paid corner for a week. And then the other guy's going to pass him.
Yes.
So I'll be interested 100%. To see if Stingley is content to kind of wait that out, maybe wait till training camp or so. It feels to me like the Jets need to get that thing done sooner rather than later.
Yeah. And speaking of the Jets, they signed Justin Fields. So is that I actually think this is awesome. Like, and I'm as we localize and taking it a step further, and you know how my brain works with like localizing. I actually think for the hashtag trade back team, I think this has actually been a good last few days for the Texans because Seattle getting a second and third round pick and not really having a long-term solution at quarterback. They have Sam Darnold, but we've already seen a team in Minnesota like be willing to have a guy learn behind Sam Darnold. And Sam Darnold has already kind of shown that he's willing to be that guy. Like he doesn't have an ego. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to maximize what he's got. And if you're Seattle and you have that second and third round pick and you already have Sam Darnold, maybe you're willing to kind of trade up. I also think the fact that the Raiders, they have Geno Smith and maybe they want to bring a young guy in. I think there's a possibility there for the Raiders as well, who I think have stockpiled a few extra picks, like day 2-ish picks. And then you have the other teams that haven't necessarily found like a long-term. They have stopgap. Yeah. The more stopgaps there are, the more possibility there is of trading back and the more possibility there is of a team falling in love with like a Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders or something if he falls, although I don't know if he's going to fall that far. So I actually think for like the hashtag trade back mafia that has kind of developed with the Texans draft, I actually think there's been like a little bit of momentum gained in the last couple of days.
Teams that won't get Cam Ward, who's the top quarterback in this year's class, but have top 10 draft capital to move up to go get a quarterback. New Orleans, New York, the Seattle Seahawks, as you mentioned, and the Cleveland Browns. Like all those teams sitting there, and Cleveland's got 33. Seattle's got 50 and 52. New York's got 34. The Raiders have 37. The Saints have 40. So like there's could be lots of moving pieces there at the back end of the first. And my gosh, if you could turn 25 into a couple of day 2 picks and let Caserio and D'Amico go to work on day 2, that would just be, they'd ruin a draft party, but that's okay. It makes you a better football team.
Yeah, it does. It really, really does. And I think that the Texans right now, they're kind of filling some needs. I am keeping an eye on this Greenlaw thing because another thing that I thought
does it make sense to you? It doesn't make sense to me.
It does. It does. And the reason is because and I'm sure that the same reason are you saying because of the style of defense that they run?
Well, no, because of the amount of money. He's the top linebacker in the market right now.
I don't think their linebacking group looks good 2 years from now. Like I like Aziz. I don't know how good Aziz is going to be 2 years from now. And they always talk about 2-year windows. I think last year they really maximized what they had at linebacker, which I think says a lot. I think they deserve credit for that. But I don't think because you maximized it, just like if someone overachieves like in a contract year, I don't think you should overreact to that. I also don't think you should overreact to a position group outperforming what they did just because they were coached up. And the other thing is, a lot of people I've seen, smart people, have said, well, the Texans like to play 4-2-5 defense and Greenlaw doesn't really fit in. Nah, I mean, I think they like to play it a little bit, but I also think that was as much of an adjustment to personnel as anything. That was an adjustment to Christian Harris being hurt,
Yes.
Jalen Petrie having his limitations at safety, maximizing what Jalen Petrie had, Jalen Petrie playing really good in that situation, having Jimmy Ward to put in place of Jalen Petrie after that happened. And then we didn't see as much of it once Jimmy Ward went down too. So I think if DeMeco Ryans had Greenlaw, Azeez, and Christian Harris to work with and Henry To'oTo'o at linebacker, I think he would be a little bit more open to playing 3 linebacker. So I do think it could make sense, because I think on the immediate, I think linebacker as a need is kind of being overlooked because of the good work DeMeco did coaching guys up.
Well, and you think about it too. Azeez missed a little bit of time. Greenlaw's coming back from an injury. Henry's missed a game here or there the past couple of seasons. Like, having depth there, obviously Christian Harris is coming off a major injury that kept him from playing most of the season. Like, having depth there is not the worst. I just don't know. You know, it might be as simple as kind of what you talked about a second ago, is like, hey, you take the Autry money, get that out of here. You add to the linebacking core. You're right. Long-term, the linebacking situation is not impressive. You know, and Tremont Smith being the key special teamer, maybe they add some more depth linebackers that aren't Neville Hewitt. Hewitt was a little bit more expensive than your typical just like backup linebacker. But the Greenlaw thing, I can't figure out his money. Because if it's a smaller deal, I'm all in. If it's a prove it deal, I'm all in. If it's a multi-year, like, let's give me some security at not a huge level, like I'm in on that too.
What if it's like similar to Azeez?
I mean, $20 million a year at linebacker is that's a lot for those guys, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. I think you're clearing the way with Autry. I think Autry's gone.
Can you hold it down for 1 second while I take a phone call?
Yeah, take a phone call. Look at this. Is this Adam Schefter here? I guess I'm holding it down for Stoots. He's been going for a long time. I see all the memberships going in. But I think right now with the Texans, I think the things that you need to keep an eye on are guard. We really haven't seen the guard run yet. I think that the fact that they got rid of Shaq Mason this week, they see a guard that they like. So I would say probably in the next few hours we see them sign a guard. And we probably can chalk that down. The safety position, it could be something that they're looking at in the draft. There's big opportunity at safety. Eric Murray obviously goes to the Jags for a lot, which is not a really good deal. Autry was on a 2-year contract. It's not a Dalton Schultz like 2-year contract. Dalton Schultz basically got the first 2 years of his contract guaranteed. Autry, pretty easy out. So you can actually save some money. You couldn't get rid of Dalton Schultz right now if you wanted, but you can't really get him out. Jesse's just throwing out all kinds of sponsorships here. He's just bringing a lot of stuff. Get back on that side. It's your channel, sir. There you go. Was that an important phone call? You're muted, sir.
It's my mechanic.
Oh, your car?
Yeah, my truck's. I had to get a new thermostat.
Becton to the Jags, according to Texans Cap.
Becton to the Jags?
Macari to the Jags. Okay, I was
Patrick Macari to the Jags.
Oh, okay, I thought he was saying Becton. Okay, Macari.
So Macari's been a guard a lot, but he's played a little tackle for Baltimore. He was kind of like he's the first guard domino to fall. Well, are you surprised Will Fries and Zeitler haven't signed anywhere yet?
I don't know what you seem to like Will Fries a lot, right? Is it just you just want Fries jokes? Is that
I really don't like him that much, and he's feel like he's gonna get massively overpaid. And he's been good for approximately 5 games. So
Yeah, I feel like you've started like a fries movement where people are now very, very hip to fries.
I quickly want to mention Jesse F. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. Very generous, very kind. Pandalene wants to draft a linebacker for your linebacker succession plan.
When?
I would say probably day 2.
Yeah, my question would be when. It is interesting because you would have a chance to probably take the first linebacker at 25. So you could do that. But I mean, you could do that with a number of positions.
Yeah, I wish I had Dan Moore's agent, the Titans guy. Yeah, I mean, drafting a linebacker is tough because you have invested in there. They've got the interest in Dre Greenlaw. It's hard to see. The first guard being Patrick McCarry from the Ravens going to the Jaguars is kind of interesting to me. I feel like there would have been movement elsewhere before that, but it is free agency. It is very weird. It is very weird.
All right, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to get ready for SNL. I got to go get some grub.
SNL 4:00 live right here on YouTube.
What's the lead? Eric Murray? Just kidding.
Guard, obviously. They don't have one.
I should have known. I should have known.
I mean, guard. Just
dude, look at Jesse. Good Lord.
Jesse. Come on. Thank you for the super chat.
Wow.
It was quite the miss. Quite the miss.
Where did he get that money from? How do you even type that? There's no one that could tell me that like I would even believe.
The money was the exact same as the Eric Murray. So I wonder if he had like a Murray tweet like already started and then got the P. Ryan
started or copy pasted.
But P. Ryan, he had the wrong team too. He had the wrong team and the wrong money.
Jesse, you win the day.
Thank you, Jesse.
Peace out.
All right. We'll see Landry at 4:00 for SNL. That will be on the SNL channel. So this stream will end at some point before 4:00. All right. So we have McCarry's numbers. Not terrible. Not terrible. 37.5 over 3 years, max value 39, $20 million guaranteed. Now he played left guard for the Ravens this past year, but he has played a little tackle. And he did play right guard a couple of years ago. So McCarry to the Jaguars. And that's the first signing they've made that was actually pretty good. So, oh man. Do you have membership set up for SNL yet? We do not. We do not have membership set up for SNL yet. Is that the replacement for their right guard? I would think so, because Brandon Sheriff, their right guard, is a free agent, so I would guess, but I also don't know what their left guard situation is in Jacksonville. Yeah, Ezra Cleveland, who's a guy they traded for and extended. So, yeah, this is probably – McCarry is probably their right guard. Yeah, McCarry probably their right guard. Don't think we can say enough about Jesse F today. A transcendent performance here in the chat today. With the membership gifting, the super chats. Jesse F, thank you again. Ragnar Ragnason, a new member. Thank you, Ragnar. This one we had you earlier, Ragnar. That we did. Maybe the Jags will sign Shaq Mason. I don't think so. I think their guard situation's kind of squared away now. Now, let me clean up some of these tabs here. All right. Seems like Twitter is working. Okay, clean up some of the tabs. The computer runs a little bit better. Grady Jarrett already on a new team here. Okay, wow. Grady Jarrett. Jeez, he got paid. No wonder the Texans weren't in on this one. Grady Jarrett headed to the Chicago Bears. $43.5 million, including $28.5 million fully guaranteed by the Bears. Boy, they have done a great job with their free agent quarterback. I mean, with their rookie deal quarterback money. And they needed a lot of help. The Bears stunk to high heaven last year. They got a new coach, and they've added a lot on that. They added the defensive end from the Colts. Now they've gotten Grady Jarrett. Man, good job by the Bears. Good job by the Bears. Sam Seaman is your new member here on the channel. Thank you, Sam. The Bears having a Jesse F performance. What? He just got released. Yeah, he just got released. And I thought he was going to take some visits, but I guess not. Boy, the Bears have won the offseason. That doesn't always pay off for you. Damn it. The Titans re-signed the defensive tackle I wanted. Titans have re-signed Sebastian Joseph Day. 1-year deal, $7.5 million, $5 million guaranteed. Probably more than I was willing to pay, but I was kind of hoping Sebastian Joseph Day would go to the Texans. All right, so defensive tackle starting to fly off the market. If that's if McCarry's getting 37.5. McCarry's getting 12.5. Then Fries is probably checking in at 14. Okay, so we got a guard here. Another guard comes off the board. Aaron Banks, the former San Francisco 49er. He's going to head to Green Bay. He's going to head to Green Bay. So there's another guard off the Titans are interested in Russell Wilson, according to Connor Hughes. Congratulations to the Tennessee Titans. It costs cap space to cut him. Young Costa has probably relived the kicker feud from the other day. Texans finished with free agency. No, they're far from finished. They're far from finished. They got some stuff. There's still guards out there. Oh, my goodness. If Aaron Banks is getting 4 for $77, Jiminy Christmas. That's nearly $20 million a year. Now, mind you, Robert Hunt is probably the standard for guards changing teams and getting massively overpaid. Hunt was really good with the Dolphins for 4 seasons and then went to the Panthers and got paid a tremendous amount of money. Aaron Banks was not really good with the 49ers. Aaron Banks was like pretty good, and he's getting nearly $20 million a year. So if Banks is getting nearly $20 million a year, boy, that is expensive for guards. Let me see. Yeah, Banks was very okay. Very okay last year. If Banks is getting that per year, then Will Fries might get $20 million a year. Will Fries might be getting $20 million a year. If Banks is getting that. Phew, 4 years, $77 million. My goodness. Makes McCarry's deal look like a steal. Yeah, the guard dominoes are starting indeed to fall. Cody, you going to go till 4? I will probably stop at 3. We'll probably stop at 3. Give myself a chance to recover, get ready for SNL at 4. That's a lot of money for Aaron Banks. That's not a good contract. Titans have no QB. Yeah, sign an O-line. Well, they're going to draft one, you would think. You're going to number 1 overall pick. We can't afford a free agent guard at this moment. Who's your draft sleeper? I'm feeling Ty Felton from Maryland. I like him. Pat Bryant, maybe, from Illinois. I'm not there on the sleepers just yet. Draft, here we come. Yeah, guards are expensive. I mean, Zeitler's still out there. Zeitler's better than all these guards that have signed. Kevin Zeitler from the Lions. Caserio flipping through a catalog right now in the discount pages. Yeah. Montgomery Ward, seeing if he can find himself a guard. The man do it again. Jesse with a performance transcendent of the Bears. Jesse's gifted another 10 memberships. Jesse, thank you so much, my friend. Very generous, very kind. Thank you. Man, that's awesome, Jesse, thank you. Jesse F gets a Jesse A+ for this. Thank you again, man. Can't afford $20 million a year. No, they can't. They cannot sign a Will Fries for $20 million a year at guard. Texans are cooked in free agency. And I wouldn't say they're cooked yet. Tevin Jenkins and Grady Jarrett make me happy. I have some bad news, Blue Boy. Grady Jarrett already signed with the Bears. Tevin Jenkins stinks. Mason getting one of the gifted memberships. Jesse's the Stoots channel MVP. Absolutely. He's been crushing it. Jesse, thank you so much. Don't forget to send me an email with your email. But if you send me an email, then you know what I mean. Package Titus Howard and Petrie and get Chris Lindstrom from the Falcons. I don't believe that's going to get you one of the best guards in football. Don't believe that's going to be how it works. Let me see here. Let me take a look at this. I see some of these big deals. So like when like the Giants get Roy Robertson Harris for 2 years, $10 million, like who cares? I want the big deals. I can't believe Grady Jarrett's already got a new team, man. What an absurd amount of money for Aaron Banks. I still can't get over that one. Ryan Gunter, can you do a quick update? I lost out on the last hour. All right, let's see if I can just fly through some of the signings here. And then we'll get to a point about average annual value that I want to make. All right. Milton Williams to the New England Patriots. Sam Darnold to the Seattle Seahawks. Dan Moore, if you don't know who that is, don't worry. A lot of football fans don't. He went from Pittsburgh to Tennessee. He's going to be the new left tackle for the Titans. Josh Sweat from Philadelphia reunites with Jonathan Gannon in Arizona. Cameron Bynum leaves Minnesota for Indianapolis. Carlton Davis leaves Detroit for New England. Eric Murray got $22.5 million from the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Diami Brown got $10 million from the Jacksonville Jaguars. Josh Palmer from the Chargers to the Buffalo Bills. And Talona Hufanga got $45 million over 3 years from the Denver Broncos. UFL got any talent you think the Texans can add? Yeah, I mean, I don't. Maybe. They found who's the cat they traded a defensive tackle last year? A defensive tackle they had. Damn it. His name escapes me. Congrats on 10K, Cody. Thank you, Mason. Who we get next, Stoots? I mean, I would think as the guard momentum starts to shift, perhaps there's a guard. Look at one of those memberships. Jay, it's randomized. I do not decide who gets the memberships. Definitely want draft capital for Titus Howard. I'd take that. So here's an interesting Titus Howard note for you. Titus Howard is 19th in average annual value amongst tackles. His average annual value is $18.66 million. So $18.66 million average annual value amongst tackles. 18th. Or 19th, whatever I just said. Amongst guards, 18.66 would put him at 7th behind Aaron Banks, who was just okay last year. So Titus is an expensive guard. He's an expensive tackle, but he's more worth the money than probably Aaron Banks is. What's the cap looking like after all these signings? I would assume not great. Texans cap's probably a better answer for that. And some of the details have to come down because like some of these things, they can push the money into the future, stuff like that. $5 says the Jags GM got tricked by Caserio into paying Murray. You will pay this backup safety. Khalil Davis. Yes, thank you. As Jesse F notes, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're not. If you're watching and you haven't subscribed, what are we doing? Malik Collins. I mean, they could bring him back, but you could probably do better than Malik Collins. Yeah, the guard's coming off the board. Tevin Jenkins, 84 overall on Madden. He'd be the second best O-lineman on the team and the second strongest. And the Bears had him last year and promptly decided to not get anywhere close to bringing him back. I'm just a little worried about that. Still haven't restructured. Still haven't restructured Kirk. Nope, haven't done that yet. I gotta assume that's coming though, unless they want to make it a 1-year deal. Titus and Eyesore from the OB regime. If he didn't have the big contract, he'd be fine. Odell Beckham got accused of something, but I don't know. Yeah, Foley Fatukasi back later in free agency. He's dealing with a shoulder injury. Probably got to see how that bounces back first before you'd sign him. Big Julian, what's up, man? What up, Cody? About to hit the road soon. Your boy just got his first CDL job. Hey, man. How about that? Props to you, man. You got a few hours of video to check it out. Listen, can you listen? I wouldn't watch it. You don't watch it when you're doing the CDL, but you can listen to it. So pick 25 defensive tackle, Kenneth Grant, or wide receiver Mecca Egbuka. Kenneth Grant from Michigan. I'd love Kenneth Grant on this team. He'd be awesome. Great vibe. Egbuka can play outside, can play inside. Played mostly inside at Ohio State, but can play outside. Egbuka makes a lot of sense if Christian Kirk's a 1-year investment, too. Safe travels, by the way, Julian. Can we get a 4th for Titus? Probably not. Jesse F. says, running out of time. Let's get those likes and subs up. More memberships if we make it happen. Certainly very kind, Jesse. Any updates or still just the special teamers? So the Texans currently, Sheldon Rankins earlier today. Braxton Berrios, wide receiver return man earlier today. Derek Barnett back on a 1-year, $5 million contract. And then Tremont Smith, special teams ace and defensive back, 2 years, $7.5 million. Probably spells the end of Chris Boyd. Okay. Let's do this here. One more break. We'll take it to 3. We'll call it a day. Then we will get back at it at 4 o'clock on SNL. So one more break. Take it till 3. I'll be right back. And we're back. Okay. Yeah, subscribe, like. Join up for a membership if you'd like. Brandon, Texans keep Denico Autry, draft a guard in the first round. Don't draft a tight end or a running back. Who will be most furious? I would probably not be very pleased with that. Texans basically traded Eric Murray in a 7th for Kirk and a possible comp pick. Kinda. And they still got to pay Kirk $15 million, $16 million, whatever it is, unless they adjust the contract. Manowari would be insane. I'm honestly praying we get him. That's Nick Manowari from the South Carolina Gamecocks. Starks seems more like a D'Amico guy, in my opinion. I can see us getting Emanuwari or Starks. Man, you got Starks in the second round. That'd be sweet. That'd be real sweet. Nico Collins versus Eric Murray is going to go crazy. That is a fun benefit of Eric Murray being on the other team is he filled in nicely, but he's now on the other team, and you can take advantage of that. Did I miss anything? I had to go get some smokes, orange cream Coke, sugar-free blackberry Dr. Pepper for the lady. Not yet. Didn't miss much. Aaron Banks got paid, if you didn't see that. What happened with Eric Murray? Eric Murray signed a 3-year, $22.5 million contract with the Jacksonville Jaguars with $12 million guaranteed. I wonder if Cody's going to run this all the way to SNL. I am not. We're going to end it at 3. That'll give us an hour to kind of reset, some news to happen. Then we'll get to SNL at 4 o'clock. All right, let's recap the Texans' moves. For the day. Texans got going with Sheldon Rankins this morning, 1 year, $7 million, up to $7 million with Sheldon Rankins. So he's a starter at defensive tackle, was not good for the Cincinnati Bengals last year, but dealt with a hamstring injury and a viral infection that cost him a good portion of the season. Bengals moved on. Texans were interested in keeping him last year. They're going to obviously now have him this year. So Sheldon Rankins on the squad again. Braxton Berrios is a wide receiver / return man from the Miami Dolphins. Berrios is most famously known for his attractive and popular girlfriend, Alex Earl. He is second most famously known for being an all-pro return man for the Jets back in the day. Kick return, punt return guy, coming off of an ACL injury, so be interested to see kind of what he can actually bring to the table in this offseason workout program, as well as when he's ready come training camp time. And then the Texans added Derek Barnett back to the equation, 1 year, $5 million for the backup defensive end. Barnett scored a couple of touchdowns last year, had a productive back half of the season at defensive end, solid player, and the Texans find themselves with depth at defensive end. Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson start. Danico Autry, Derek Barnett as depth, along with Dylan Horton. And then Tremont Smith, a special teams ace. If the name sounds familiar, it is indeed the same Tremont Smith that was on the Texans a couple of years ago. He ended up with a 2-year, $7.5 million deal, and he's the new special teams ace. Tremont Smith's arrival likely signals the end for Chris Boyd. Braxton Berrios' arrival, if he's healthy, could signal the end for somebody in the 5'6" range of the wide receiver conversation. It also keeps the need for Robert Woods being on the roster to 0. You don't need Robert Woods now because if Berrios is healthy, he can do all the return stuff for you. Michael asks, Gray Zabel or Emeka Egbuka? Gray Zabel, the offensive lineman from North Dakota State, or Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State. I would probably say Egbuka today if we were talking about the situation today. I still feel like there's a veteran guard out there. Yeah, maybe Sheriff. Brandon Sheriff's out there. Nice veteran guard. Tried to fight Aziz. He's done it again. Jesse F. with a 20 membership gift. Jesse F. A GOAT performance in the chat from Jesse F. Jesse F. getting A+ for his performance in free agency. He's got more money than the Chicago Bears. It's a great job, Jesse, man. Thank you so much. Very, very much appreciated. And certainly grateful for your contributions today, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Texans never make a big splash in free agency. I mean, they signed Danielle Hunter last year to a $50 million contract, but okay. Caserio always bargain hunting, just like to want to see him go big. I mean, they spent $100 million on Danielle Hunter, Azeez Al-Shire, and Danico Autry last year. Not to mention like 30-something million on Dalton Schultz. Jesse, don't forget to send me a email. 512 Texans. I'm watching on about a 15-minute delay and just watching Jesse work all these gifteds. Salute. Yeah, Jesse's crushing it today. Thank you so much, Jesse. Again, the gifted subs are randomly assigned to people. So I have no say in who gets what. Okay. Oh, Jesse with the super chat. Big fan since the Wheelhouse days. Keep up the great work, Cody. Have a great day, everyone. Jesse, man, thank you so much. Very generous, very kind today. Lots of good super chat interaction. The gifted memberships, obviously incredible. Appreciate all the new members today. Definitely appreciate Jesse F. with his contributions. Very cool. We're building a fun community here. I mean, we're this pumped for off-season stuff. Imagine what happens when the regular season gets here. We're going to have a blast. Plus the draft, holy moly. Can't miss out on the draft. The draft's going to be great too. Got to get through free agency here so far. Okay, craziest moves of the day. Craziest moves of the day so far. We'll wrap that up there with craziest moves of the day. I mean, Milton Williams getting $26 million off of one defensive performance in the Super Bowl is pretty crazy. Darnold getting $100 million from the Seahawks. That's crazy. Obviously, Dan Moore, the left tackle from the Steelers, going to the Tennessee Titans. $20.5 million average annual value, $82 million total for Dan Moore. That's one of the craziest moves of the day. Both Cam Bynum and Trevor Mooring and Talona Hufanga all getting paid at the safety spot. Great job by their agents. Crazy amounts of money. Justin Fields got a $40 million contract, 2 years for Justin Fields, 3 years for center Drew Dahlman. He's going to be the new center for the Chicago Bears. Poona Ford got $30 million. Jordan Lewis got $30 million. We have highest paid slot corner in football. So some crazy ones. We'll go through some of the big contracts on SNL, some of the crazy contracts. Obviously, if anything happens in the next hour, we'll have a full breakdown for you over on SNL. Myself and Landry Locker, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock is where you will see the SNL show live. It'll be live right here on YouTube on the SNL channel. A link to the SNL channel is in the description down below. Go over there, subscribe to that channel so you don't miss out on anything. Just 4 moves for the Texans. Rankins, Barnett, Braxton Berrios, and Tremont Smith. New member Jay Fance here at the buzzer. We don't have the money for an O-lineman. Well, not yet. Not yet. Hadn't come down yet. Holy crap. The Texans just traded Laremy Tunsil. The Texans just traded Laremy Tunsil to the Commanders. Well, we're not going anywhere. The Texans just traded Laremy Tunsil to the Commanders. Holy moly. All right, we'll wait for the draft pick compensation, but the Texans just traded Laremy Tunsil. Wow. Who's the left tackle? Who is the left tackle? Well, this totally changes the outlook of the Houston Texans offseason. What are the Texans getting? A package of picks. Nothing has come down yet officially. This frees up a little bit of money. This obviously gets the Texans a huge haul. The official, oh my goodness, what a trade here. What a trade. Laremy Tunsil to the Commanders. There will be a brand new look to this offensive line. I have no idea who the left tackle is. We have the compensation here. Ian Rappaport, a second rounder and a fourth rounder to the Texans, plus a third rounder this year. Houston ends back a fourth rounder and Laremy. Rappaport, get it together. What are we doing here? Let's get those. Let's get that squared away here again, Rappaport. Let's try that again. Second rounder and a fourth rounder of the Texans, plus a third rounder this year. What is he saying here? He'll fix it in a second. All right, so Laremy Tunsil's been traded. Laremy Tunsil has been traded. Jesse F's hit it again with the super chat. Thank you, Jesse, and the memberships. Okay. Right as I was about to hang it up for the day. Okay, Laremy Tunsil traded to the Commanders now. I do not know who the left tackle is going to be unless they feel like Blake Fisher could be the left tackle. Now, if they thought Titus Howard could be the left tackle and he turns out to be okay, you're getting a little bit of a steal there from a money standpoint. But I don't know. We got to get that official. Oh, my goodness. What? A 2-3 swaps 4 is, I think, what he's trying to say. So the Bears go out there and strengthen their offensive line. The Texans make their offensive line weaker. But they will reshape. Okay, here we go. The Commanders are getting. Here we go. The Commanders are getting Laremy Tunsil and a fourth-round pick. The Houston Texans get a second-round pick, a 2025 third-round pick, and a fourth-round pick. So are the second and the fourths in the future or the second and the fourths in this draft? So there needs to be some sort of designation and change here. Jesse F. is amazing. Thank you, Jesse. Since Tunsil has happened, with the gifted memberships, Austin with a super chat. Hop back on as soon as this happened. Yeah. Shane says, this feels like we traded Hopkins. My stomach hurts. Yeah, I just don't know who the left tackle is going to be. They're not going to sign anybody. All right, so they've traded Laremy Tunsil to the Commanders, transforming the offensive line. I'm trying to see exactly where I land on this. I got to say, the package for Tunsil, if it's indeed a second, a third, and a swap of fourths, that's a good package. You weren't getting a first-round pick for Laremy Tunsil, but that's a good package. You transform what the offensive line has been. Laremy Tunsil has been solid, but Laremy Tunsil was very much a mercenary for this team. He was very much a mercenary. He cared about succeeding. He cared about Laremy Tunsil having a good day. So Laremy Tunsil cared the most about Laremy Tunsil's success. And he was a captain along the offensive line. He was a captain along the offensive line, but he never held the offensive line accountable for some of their issues. Here are the full terms officially for me and Rappaport. It's going to be a second and a fourth rounder next year to the Texans, a third rounder this year. Houston will send a fourth rounder and Laremy Tunsil. So a 2 and a 4 next year, plus a third rounder this year, and they get back, or they send out a fourth rounder this year. So 2 and a 4 next, 3 this year, and they send out a fourth. To be determined on where that fourth is. So Tunsil cared about Tunsil's success. Tunsil didn't care as much about the offensive line success. He had excuses when things weren't going the Texans' way. And now the Texans have to find a left tackle. The options on the roster would be Blake Fisher at left tackle, but most people believed he was going to be a right tackle at the NFL level. And then Titus Howard potentially playing left tackle for the Texans. And Titus Howard has played left tackle very little in his career. But the Texans free up $13-ish million in money by trading Laremy Tunsil to answer that question. So, I mean, their left tackle options are limited. This is not a great tackle draft, and you'd have to trade up to get the guy. Save the Texans a ton of cash, according to Texans Cap. All right, here's where I land on this. The Texans have to be supremely confident they can land a competent left tackle by doing this. They have to feel really good about their chances to put someone at left tackle. Is that guy Blake Fisher? I wouldn't believe in that being the case. Is that guy Titus Howard? I wouldn't believe in that being the case. But they have to feel pretty comfortable in their left tackle situation because the offensive line was bad from a pass protection standpoint everywhere but left tackle. Laremy Tunsil pass blocked really well last year. But you move on from him, you transform that room, you get a new leader in the room, whoever that may be, whomever that may be. That is the 2025 fourth round pick the Texans are sending out. So they get a 2025. Okay. Now there's a lot to this. 2025 third, 2025 seventh, 2026 second, 2026 fourth, and they send out Tunsil in the fourth. Man, this deal keeps getting deeper and deeper. Rappaport's killing me here with his mismanaging of his first tweet. Here's the official terms. Texans get a third and a seventh this year, a second and a fourth next year, send out a fourth this year. There you go. Official terms. They have to feel comfortable about their left tackle situation post Tunsil. I don't know who it is. If it's one of the guys on the roster, I'd be a little surprised if it's anywhere close to what Laremy Tunsil brings to the table. I don't know who exactly they could be out there trying to go and get to replace Laremy Tunsil from a left tackle standpoint. We saw the price for left tackles is only going up. I mean, so a left tackle that nobody's heard of got $20 million a year this year. Now, if it's Blake Fisher and this was the plan last year, that's a little scary because Fisher didn't look great when he filled in for Tunsil at left tackle. It was minimal. And he looked okay at right tackle a couple of times. If it's Titus Howard, I've long thought Titus Howard should have been given the opportunity to get left guard or left tackle opportunities, but they've always had Laremy Tunsil, basically. There's nobody else on the roster that can play left tackle. This isn't a great tackle draft. Austin Deculus is on the team. That's not great. I wouldn't do that. Alvarado Ruiz, in your opinion, what's the next move for us? Is the draft just O-line focus now? Well, if you open up a little bit of this money, you could go out there and fix a guard spot if you wanted to go get one of these guards. If you want to go get one of the guards, that opens up some guard spots. Maybe Dara Gumbawale filling in a little bit at left tackle. Zach, the funny one. Here's the biggest thing for me. Laremy Tunsil's mentality spread throughout the offensive line. And his mentality and his approach could be seen as a negative on Titus Howard and Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason was a very solid football player. After a year with Laremy Tunsil, he came back, didn't perform well, looked like he gained a lot of weight, looked like he was out of shape, didn't know what was happening. Titus Howard has tried to copy Laremy Tunsil a little bit, it feels like, but hasn't copied the good parts of his elements. And I do wonder, we've heard this one voice conversation out of the offensive line room. We've heard one voice, one voice, one voice. The one voice out of the offensive line room, that conversation makes me feel like maybe there was a dissenting voice with how the coaches wanted to run things. Could that other voice have been Laremy Tunsil? We've heard it so much. One voice, one voice, one voice. Could that other voice have been Laremy Tunsil that had drastically affected the way things were operating with the offensive line? That's what I wonder as well, because we've heard so much about, hey, the offensive line room's now going to have one voice in it. Wonder if Tunsil was the dissenting voice with the coaching staff. He was a captain. He did not hold the other offensive linemen accountable. Cebu asked, do you think new offensive line coach Cole Popovich had any input on this? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would think that Cole Popovich had a lot of the input on this. So did Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator. They got to sign off on this. I do not know who's going to play left tackle for the Houston Texans. If it's Blake Fisher, that's quite the projection for him. Second-year player, played right tackle most of his career at Notre Dame. Obviously started his Notre Dame career at left tackle. If it's Titus Howard, perhaps. I don't know who the available free agent tackles are. I haven't been looking at the tackle market. I didn't think they needed a tackle. Yeah, for sure need a veteran on the offensive line at guard. Yeah, you could probably repurpose the savings from Tunsil and go get Kevin Zeitler. That fixes right guard. You still need to fix left tackle. The false starts are out. Time to get things back on track. As good as he is, he's bad in a lot of ways, horrible in a lot of ways. Boy, they must think they can fix a bunch of these guys with some better coaching, some better man. Noah says he thinks it's going to be Austin Deculus. Nathan wants the Texans to draft Armand Membu from Missouri. What did we get back? We'll get the full compensation on the screen one more time here. Laremy Tunsil and this year's fourth-round pick headed to the Washington Commanders. The Texans get back this year's third from the Commanders, this year's seventh from the Commanders, next year's second from the Commanders, and next year's fourth from the Commanders. So your total haul here is plus second next year, plus third this year, plus seventh this year. Woo! Got to soup Coach Bojangles. You think they make a trade now with the extra picks? They certainly have the assets to do that. They certainly have the assets to do that. Zach Rose says, I hope CJ's legs are ready. Tim, thank you for the super sticker. Shane weighs in. I need to see what our cap situation looks like now that his contract is offloaded. The O-line definitely needed a culture change. No better way to start than with this move. Well, you save $13 million, almost $14 million. You save $13 million. So how are they repurposing that? What are they exactly going to do? Great question. Your guess as good as mine. George Fant is a free agent. Fant could play left tackle for you. Boy, the commies have had quite the offseason. You can't do this crap without a plan. I would think so, Loverget. I would think they have a clear plan, a clear idea of what to do at left tackle. Should help the run game a little bit, yes? Did we get robbed? No, I don't feel like you got robbed. Tunsil's financial commitment, it lowers the compensation. If you have the heavy financial commitment for Laremy Tunsil, it lowers the compensation that you're getting back in a trade. We're going to get Alric Jackson from the Rams. I thought he just signed a contract extension. Bubba, I think he signed a contract extension. Kelvin Banks or Donovan Jackson. Kelvin Banks from Texas, Donovan Jackson from Ohio State. That makes sense in the draft. Yeah, Kelvin Banks. I saw somebody else say that up here. Lance said Kelvin Banks too. Kelvin Banks would be fun, man. Plop him there at left tackle. He started as a freshman for the Horns at left tackle. Oscar thinks it's a good haul. Definitely a good thing. False start, and it wasn't me, is gone, but needed more this year. Howard can be better at left tackle than he was at guard, but we need a leader in that room. Zeitler, get a vet in there. Does this trade free up cap space? Yes, almost $14 million in cap space. A net of 3 picks, you get 4 picks in total. It's not a bad trade. AK hates this. He says he's fuming at the offseason. Has Laremy Tunsil tweeted yet? Oh, nope. Last tweet was a retweet. Go ahead and hit that unfollow button too. Thanks for nothing. Okay. The Bill O'Brien stench lingering in NRG. Chef Boyar Caserio. Draft capital move to move around and add pieces. Mike's book reviews, let it all play out, but doesn't feel like the type of move you make without a replacement in place. Maybe they really believe in Fisher. I mean, this could have been put in place by Blake Fisher. It's worth noting, Blake Fisher played left tackle initially at Notre Dame. And before an injury forced Joe Alt in that position, then Fisher played right tackle. Wish I could relieve the moment and see Cody's face when the news dropped. Yeah, I'm sure it was. I was like, what? How's the left tackle market look? It's not good. Cam Robinson And that's it. I mean, Cam Robinson. That's it. That's the left tackle market. Those are the free agents available. Cam Robinson. I mean, you can't make this trade without knowing what the left tackle situation is going to be. Andy with the super chat. CJ is watching this and swinging in air. Not if it makes the team better. I mean, I know. Look, Laremy Tunsil is very good at left tackle, but is Laremy Tunsil the right guy for the tackle or for the offensive line situation the Texans have right now? The Texans say no with the trade. Are they going to get a little bit worse at left tackle? Probably. Are they going to get a better leader in that offensive line room? It seems that to be the case. They've got to go out there. They've got to go out there and add to the guard spot still, especially if Titus kicks out to tackle. Ashton says 100% think Nick is up to something after that. Yeah, well, let's see what the other shoe to drop is. What's the plan now, Senor Stoots? I'd sign one of these guards. I'd sign Zeitler at right guard. I'd draft a guard. I'd move Titus Howard out to left tackle or give Fisher the opportunity. Obviously, if Fisher goes to left tackle, Titus goes back to right tackle. This is an underrated departure from Laremy Tunsil. I'm going to miss Andre Ware-Rippin Tunsil for penalty flags. Addition by subtraction, I hope. That kind of feels like what they're shooting for. Team player with the new culture on the offensive line. Yeah, that's necessary. This is another good point here. You got to pay Derek Stingley and Will Anderson and CJ Stroud here in the next year plus. That's over $100 million. That's over $100 million that you're going to commit to 3 players. Young players who deserve the money. We got fleeced. How? Tunsil's already paid. He's got an extremely expensive contract. CJ is going to be crushed. Well, not if they get some blockers out there. Being great at left tackle for the longest time for me has been one of the most overrated things in football. Being great at left tackle is not a necessity. You've got to be good at left tackle. Okay? You got to be good at left tackle. Yeah, look, the Eagles, they have a really good left tackle. Maybe a great left tackle in Mailata. But the Chiefs won with swapping guys out at left tackle. You know, they were moving guys around at left tackle. Wirfs wasn't the left tackle when the Buccaneers won. I mean, year after year after year, you're trying to win a Super Bowl. And you're trying to set yourself up to make sure the contending window is a long contending window. Now, you can't just have some slappy out there at left tackle, obviously. You got to put some players out there. I don't trust Nick drafting linemen. Good. They're not going to draft a left tackle. If they draft a left tackle, it's a guy that falls to them and they get a little lucky. I got to imagine this is Howard or Fisher at left tackle. Cam Robinson would kind of make me upset at my stomach. He stinks. Rich Lozano cash out. To not be able to get a first-round pick this year or next, and yes, I understand the penalties for himself issue, but we could have gotten more. If they could have gotten more, they would have gotten more. Like, that's like when you trade a guy like Laremy Tunsil, you trade him to the highest bidder. This isn't Luka to the Mavs. I mean, Luka to the Lakers, where they did it in the secret. If Tunsil was available, Nick Caserio he squeezed every last penalty out of the deal. Tunsil's expensive. That's why you weren't getting a first-round pick. They also got more than just a first-round pick. They got a lot of picks. A second and a fourth next year, a third this year. So this is not, some trade that was made in the dark of night. Admit it, this move sucked ass. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Look at Joe Mixon's reaction. What did Joe Mixon have to say? I'm sure there will be some funny Joe Mixon tweets. Joe Mixon said nothing. Yeah, the fashion industry in Washington got a big boost. Yeah, you saw it as a rookie with no time to prepare and hasn't played the position in a couple of years. Like, I'm not judging Fisher on a couple of plays. Joe Mixon reply to somebody saying something? No, I didn't see Joe Mixon's reply. I mean, you act like they can't go out there and find someone. Like, protection is not just one guy. If CJ Stroud was protected well by one guy, they would have been protected, or he would have been protected over these past couple seasons. Tunsil's been the highest paid left tackle. The offensive line's been ass while he's been the highest paid left tackle in football. So, like, he's part of the problem. You need a dog. Exactly. This feels like Titus back to tackle and Fisher at tackles. Titus and Fisher at tackle. You can make that work. Still got to get better at guard. Titus Howard said, "I'm sick right now." Where? He didn't have a Twitter anymore. Titus, this keeps you on the team. You can't be upset. This keeps you on the team. A couple super chats here. Austin, who Caserio going to trade for that extra seventh? It's a good question. He does like sending out that seventh. Will Kunkel said the Texans want a new attitude and leadership in the O-line locker room. Welp, Will Fries now? I mean, Fries doesn't do that. Fries isn't that guy. I mean, he makes your guard situation better, but he's not a leader. He's played 4 years in the league. Zach Rose, this 100% make the O-line room better. I'm all for this move. Out with the era of bad vibes. Titus needs to go next. Well, not anymore. You need Titus to play one of these tackle spots. Jesse gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you, Jesse. You've been on it today, man. Thank you. Yeah, we don't see the plan yet. Remember when everybody was mad about the trade back last year? We don't see the plan yet. All the people crying in the chat just prove that no matter what group you see, you'll always have the people with no object permanence. Why would he trade a top left tackle if he didn't have a plan? I mean, maybe you make the trade because there's not, like, Washington's not waiting for you. But they've got to have somebody that they're ready to put. They talk about the players, $100 million a year. I mean, CJ's at least 55, Will's, I would think, at least 30, and Sting's at least 27. That's over $112 million per year. Okay, so Titus Howard hit the "I'm sick right now" on Instagram. He's still got the Instagram. Dylan Delgado. Titus Howard, I'm sick right now. Titus, you kept your job with him leaving. Okay. Well, I'm just waiting to see if another shoe drops here for this offensive line. Let me try to get current here. I'm way behind on the chat. D'Amico sending a message. No one's safe. So Fish going to left tackle. I mean, it's either fit. I would think it's either Fisher at left tackle and Titus back at right tackle, or a swapsies. You get Titus at left tackle and you keep Fisher at right tackle. AKA, I can't be a lazy bee anymore. Well, that's going to be tough. They're going to count on him a lot more if Titus gets to stick around. I would think Titus is sticking around. Jesse F., who's a potential trade candidate they could be looking at, maybe due to a contract? I'm thinking they have already been talking to someone. So you're thinking they trade Tunsil and thinking they trade Tunsil, but then trade for somebody else. No, I don't think so. Probably one of the guys on the roster or add a free agent. Now, if you added guards, move Titus out. Cody really going on to SNL? I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking here. Hand this thing over to SNL. So Laremy Tunsil got traded. The compensation for the trade, the Texans send Laremy Tunsil and this year's 4th-round pick to the Commanders for a 2025 third, a 2025 7th, a 2026 second, and a 2026 4th. So Laremy Tunsil, no longer left tackle. Texans have some options on the roster. Blake Fisher, Titus Howard, Austin Deculus. No. Free up about, I think I saw 16 million. I got to double check that number. About 16 million. Did we lose the trade? I don't feel like they did. Laremy Tunsil's one player. They've had Laremy Tunsil and had crappy offensive lines before. Let's see what it looks like without Laremy Tunsil. Now, obviously, replacing what he did at the left tackle spot is going to be difficult to do. But if this allows you to get better throughout the line, allows you to coach guys and have them take coaching. And again, I come back to that one voice thing that we kept hearing about. One voice in the offensive line room. One voice in the offensive line room. Was Tunsil the dissenting voice that kept things from getting coached up? Nathan says, Cody, if we trade up from 25 to 15 and get Banks, Kelvin Banks Jr. from Texas, Armand Mimbu from Missouri, or somebody, nobody's going to care because we save the cap space and still get the left tackle. Can you merge the stream? We will go to SNL at the top of the hour. At 4 o'clock, we will go to SNL. We will go to SNL at 4 o'clock. It should auto send you over there. I'm trying to work that on the back end to make sure that it just sends you over to SNL right at 4 o'clock. That is the plan. So as soon as I can get that set up, we will have that coming your way. 4 o'clock, SNL. Looks like that live stream is already set up, so we will have that sent over to you at 4 o'clock. Aaron Wilson is reporting that players were blindsided and upset. Rich Lozano cash out says this move's going to be enough to extend Sting, get a free agent guard. I hope so. I think we know the title for today's SNL episode. Yep. Mekhi Becton, not interested. Not with Zeitler and Will Fries out there. Not with Zeitler and Will Fries out there. False starts, but your point is well taken. False starts, but your point's well taken. So give me a second here. And I will have that. All right, so when we finish the live stream here, it will redirect to SNL. So you don't have to, you should just be able to press something right there. It'll go right to the SNL channel, 4 o'clock, myself and Landry Locker. Yeah, I'm sure they were, they could have been a little bit more upset when CJ was getting smacked around. Titus Howard, Laremy Tunsil played all these games where the offensive line stunk, and he didn't hold those guys accountable. The coaching didn't get better. The offensive line didn't get better. Guys were out of shape. Tunsil was a captain. He didn't hold those guys accountable. Jesse F. Did Aaron report we signed an angry blind player? What? Aaron had a miss earlier today. Bad miss. That's okay, though. We all have misses. I'm still blown away by the fact they traded Laremy Tunsil because it is hard to find a left tackle. Left tackles are very, very expensive right now. They may feel like they have an option at left tackle on the roster in either Titus Howard or Blake Fisher. If Titus Howard was a serviceable tackle at left tackle, if he was a serviceable left tackle, his contract at $18.66 million is an incredible, incredible steal if he was serviceable at left tackle. Now, he's got to be serviceable. DK, the red key done. I'm glad Tunsil is gone. But Tunsil did his job. Sure, he did his job individually. He's always done his job. Laremy Tunsil cared more about Laremy Tunsil's success than anybody else's success. That's a fact. Is Matt Khalil available? Brian, nobody thinks they're getting better at left tackle. Laramy's obviously a very good left tackle. Laramy's obviously a very good left tackle. He's been a very good left tackle when they've had okay offensive lines. He's been a very good left tackle when they've been terrible on the offensive line. This is a reset for the room. This was not a well-coached group. This is not a group that took coaching well. This is not a group that adjusted well. It's not a group that handled adversity well. And Laremy Tunsil is perhaps a reason why that was the case. It keeps going back to that one voice in the offensive line room. It feels like maybe Laremy Tunsil was the second voice. Now they'll listen to one voice. It's the coaching staff. I hope free agent, not the draft. Nick doesn't draft O-lineman well. I mean, the free agent option's Cameron Robinson. Perhaps Tunsil didn't want to restructure. Yeah, perhaps. Chase wants George Fant back. A lot of George Fant love. George Fant was hurt all of last year. Did not play much. Nate Davis says blame it on him. Saeed wants Dalton Schultz traded next. Titus had a little stretch there at left tackle where he played okay, 2021. Look, if it's Titus Howard and Blake Fisher at tackle, you could do a whole heck of a lot worse. You still need guard help. LT is not a culture leader. That's correct. Laremy Tunsil is not Swarm. Laremy Tunsil is not Swarm. My timeline is football, and then there's like a random like UH tweet in it. Like, what are we doing? Get out of here. Cougs are Big 12 champions. Yada yada. I mean, he's chefing it up right now. Put the hat on him. Why are we moving the good old lineman? Because he was a bad influence. Cool with a flyer on Fant. Yeah, not only do you need a starter at left tackle, you need some competent backup there. Austin Deculus is on the roster, but the tackle room of Titus Howard, Blake Fisher, and Austin Deculus, that's not the most impressive tackle room. Basically cleaned house on coaches and players. Yeah, kept Cole Popovich. Promoted him from the assistant offensive line coach to the offensive line coach. Nate Davis with the super chat. I think we're seeing D'Amico and Nick draw a line in the sand with culture. The guys that can't cut it get cut, no exceptions. And this might be the culture wake-up call for Titus Howard as well. Darwin says we're drafting Texas left tackle Kelvin Banks Jr. And wouldn't that be nice? Cody missed my first comment, shooting myself. Sorry. A few comments rolling in here. Damn it, Bobby. Let me get caught up here. Josh Simmons coming off a patellar tendon tear. That's a little risky for me. I wouldn't go that way. Armand Membu from Missouri. Probably not going to make it to the Texans, but if he did, oh, man. Or if he got within trading distance, Armand Membu would be a fun one. Zach says, we need to shake things up on the O-line. If it was better, we've had a different season. Yeah, if the O-line played better, they might have played for an AFC championship game. Okay, let's do this. Take a little break. We'll get you all the way up to 3:55 or so. Turn it over to SNL. We'll have SNL for you right at 4 o'clock. Take a little break. Get ready for – I'll be right back in a minute. Not even that long. Don't go anywhere. And we'll take you up to 3:55. We'll turn this thing over to SNL at 4 o'clock. Man, 200 people bailed just like that. Man got to go use the restroom. Okay, again, 3:55. We'll kick you over to SNL. Get you ready. 4 o'clock on the nose. SNL will have you. Are we cooked yet? No, the Texans aren't cooked. Texans aren't cooked. They got to figure out who the left tackle is. It's either Laremy Tunsil. I mean, it's either Titus Howard or Blake Fisher if they don't add somebody. Austin says this might have been genius. Play a piece as we're throwing CJ to the Wolves. The Wolves are in the hen house already. They sucked last year on the offensive line. The Wolves are in the hen house. And they've been in the hen house multiple times. Throwing CJ to the Wolves. The Wolves ate CJ alive last year. Ooh, I'm willing to bet $100 in anyone in here that we watch LT absolutely fall off a cliff the next few years. I mean, it's kind of headed that way. He's getting older. Stop it, team player. We need a kicker. Traded away the alpha. Well, yeah, the wolf's been in the hen house the whole time. Now there's going to be a new pack leader, to stay with the wolf analogy. Jay Fance, at this point, I'm going to say, letting it cook. Okay, so the Jaguars got a new center. Doesn't make me feel better. Still need guards. Still need guards on this football team. Still need a right guard. And if Titus is bumping out to left tackle or going back to right tackle, still need a left guard. I'll get there in a second. Give me a second. Austin, we needed a culture change. Extremely bad. Cody's right. Stroud got destroyed last year already. That helps us change the atmosphere of the line. Banks and Fries would be awesome. I don't know if they're going to be able to get any of these offensive tackles. They've got capital to move up if they want. Now, if you use the capital, move up, get a cheaper left tackle long term for CJ Stroud, that's a positive in the long term. Trading Tunsil doesn't make the issue better. If it makes the players take coaching better, it does. Blake Fisher is right tackle. I mean, Blake Fisher could be the left tackle for this team. Blake Fisher could be the left tackle for this team. He could be the right tackle too, though. Jersey on sale, Mixon or Collins? I'd go Collins. Colton on the super chat. Thank you, Colton. Thank you, Alvarado, as well. I'm more in favor of a trade back now. If they're comfortable with Titus, and then they say, they add a couple of guard options, Texans Commanders Super Bowl going to be great. Anderson forcing Tunsil to false start 6 times will be hilarious. Mike, that would be incredible. Yeah, time to stand up. Thanks, Apple Watch. The Fisher draft pick makes a lot of sense, especially if the plan is to play him at left tackle or even to play Titus at left tackle. It's not out of the question Titus could be a serviceable left tackle. Tyler Booker from Alabama screams Tunsil, screams Texans. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, 5 minutes from now, stream will finish. It'll be 5 hours on the nose. It'll give you 5 minutes. Get up, go to the bathroom, drink some water, get you a new beverage, refresh whatever you're eating, all those things. And then SNL live at 4 o'clock. So a little 5-minute warning here. Be ready to go to SNL. It should send you, refresh the page, but it should send you right to SNL. If not, SNL, the link's in the description down below. Myself, Landry Locker, live at 4 o'clock. We'll send you right there as soon as this stream is over. And if it doesn't send you, there's a link in the description. Hopefully you're already subscribed and following that. Cameron Kilpatrick. I don't see any way this O-line is not bottom 10 next year. Are we worried, Cody? They were bottom 5 with Laremy Tunsil. The scheme is going to change some things, certainly. If they've got to add guards, they're going to be better at right guard because Shaq Mason's not the right guard. If Titus isn't the left guard, they should get better at left guard. They still need to add bodies. I'm not blind to the fact that they've got to go add people. They still need to add players. They have felt very much so. They have felt very much so that the scheme change is going to help this offensive line a lot. Two-year plan, Nick. Yeah, maybe the plan got set into motion last year with the selection of Blake Fisher. Thank you, Jamal, for the super chat. Maxwell77. Tunsil had to go. He didn't care about anything but himself. I saw him in his Bentley beating the Jags bus out of NRG. Time to buy in or get out. Laremy Tunsil was not swarm. Laremy Tunsil was not swarm. Maxwell, thank you for the super chat. All right, couple minutes here. Last couple of comments. Sam Seaman, Lord, I hope so, but we don't need to get some more bodies at the end of the day. You got to have more bodies. Blue putting together the situation here. Titus at left tackle, question mark. Scruggs at center with a question mark. Right guard, question mark. Right tackle, Fisher. Yeah, there's definitely questions. Definitely questions. You could play Scruggs at guard and Patterson at center. That solves doesn't solve anything. It gives you an option. It's an option. There's no really solves here. Not a lot of solves. You solve the tackle spot with the roster. But not a lot of solves for the roster. Solve tackle, but no solves at guard. Jesse F., who's been very generous today, had his bank call him. It's incredible. Jesse, thank you so much. All right. Thank you, everybody, for the super chats, the new members. Jesse F. had a great day. Thank you so much, Jesse F. All the comments, all the questions, hanging around 5 hours. We're not done. SNL right now. Go to the SNL channel. Be ready. SNL, 4 o'clock on the nose. 5 minutes. Get you a new water. Get you a new soda. If you've already cracked a beer, good for you. If you need to get something to eat, do that. 5 o'clock, SNL. It will be there. It should transform you right to SNL right away. You should go right over there right now at the end of this stream. If you don't, there's a link in the description down below to go to SNL. Subscribe to that channel. Myself, Landry Locker, will be live 5 minutes from now. The SNL channel. Do not miss it. Laremy Tunsil traded to the Commanders. We'll start with that and so much more. SNL. We will see you there. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Jesse F. Thank you, all the new members. Thank you, all the super chatters, all the commenters, everybody who's watched. Thank you so much. 5 hours. And we're not done yet. SNL. We'll see you there in 5 minutes. 4 o'clock Central Standard Time for the people that have trouble with time zones. Thank you. Oh, it's a live stream, so we end it the same way each and every time. I want you to eat good. I want you to sleep good. I want you to be good. We'll talk Texans in 5 minutes over on the SNL channel. Thanks again, everybody.